Let's try it. Hello? Are we there? Are we good? We're good. There we go. Hold on. Let's get this right now. I think everything should be plugged up correctly now. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, everybody all around the world. We appreciate you joining in on our live show. We thank you so much for tuning in to our show, and we love to welcome you to the hottest show in all the globe, The Welch Report, with me, your host, Jean-Luc Welch. We're happy that you're here. We appreciate you on the show. Lap it up, get excited wherever you are. We are live on this Tuesday afternoon, covering the world of boxing and beyond, and reacting to all the news and topics of discussion that happened over the weekend, the biggest of which being Xander Zayas getting knocked out in 7 rounds by Jaron Ennis, and Boots Ennis becoming the new unified champion at super welterweight, reigning as one of the 3 biggest names at 154 pounds, bar none, without any reproach or debate. And we have a lot of stuff to break down with the fighting of itself, the reaction to what he showed on that night, the validation of his claim to being potentially the best man at 154, and pound for pound inclinations that are now going to become guaranteed to be incurred due to this win. Is he now a pound for pound level fighter? That's in time to think about it. We've had some debates in the post-fight show for the live stream that we did on Saturday. And from that point to now, I think I made a pretty decent consensus with all things considered, evaluating whether Boots Ennis should be seen as one of the 10 best fighters in all of the globe. We're going to cover that with you all right here on this show today. We thank you for tuning in once again. We appreciate you on our live stream. If you haven't already, go ahead and subscribe to the channel. That's right. Come on and be a part of the hottest show in all of the globe right here on YouTube and on every podcasting platform imaginable. Be sure to rate us 5 stars wherever you listen to podcasts. Also be sure, if you haven't already, to leave a like on the stream. One like makes a world of difference for us to grow and flourish and shine in the whole of this show and make the world see us as one of the hottest things out on the internet. And also, if you would, please be sure, if you can, support the channel. We got Cash App, PayPal, links down below in the description, as well as Super Chat, Super Gifts, stickers, and the like. If you can afford to give to the show, it would mean the world to me. Helps us to pay the bills and helps us to go through and add to this show to make it better and even more enjoyable for your viewing and listening pleasure. And the most important thing that you can do is to go through and share the show with everybody that you know, so we can keep on building up this empire together and making this thing do what it do and growing into the conglomerate that I know we want to turn into without a doubt. And we appreciate you all being here. And also thanks to all 1,000 of you who showed up collectively on the live stream yesterday, or rather on this past Saturday. Yes, you all came through with us as we called all of the main card with Boots Ennis and Xander Zayas. We thank you for showing up. We had a phenomenal time. It was a phenomenal fight. Way better than most people really expected this fight to be. And we now can go into the real foray of conversation. There's a lot to delve into. Oh, coupled with the fact that later on in the show, we also going to have some NBA action because LeBron James is now guaranteed that the Lakers, he's not coming back. So all of a sudden, we got free agency news happening today. We got basketball, inboxing, everything in between. Oh, we're going to be able to cover with you right here on this show. But with all that being said, we got a lot of show to cover. We got a lot of topics to delve into, and we have you, the public, to go and entertain. So we got to talk about boxing. We got to talk about sports. And so it's time to step into the ring. Yes, sir. Ring the bell. Let's get it started. Let's get it cracking. Round 1 of this show going underway today. And for the first topic of discussion, it is going to be, what better way to start this show with a big jolt of energy due to the fact of what we saw on this weekend? Because Boots Ennis is now the new, and I do mean the new, unified 154-pound champion after knocking out Xander Zayas in 7 rounds in what was a crescendo at this stage in his career of the dominance that he can have. We have been begging asking, pleading Boots Ennis to take this type of step, take this type of leap to get to an elite level fighter and show us who you are when it comes to the upper echelon of the top chef talent around your division. And finally, we got to see him take that test, and to me, he passed that test with flying colors, going up against Xander Zayas and knocking him out. But let me see what you all have to say as we got people in the chat. And please keep on putting your chats in the description. We want to hear from you. We want to see what you had to say and your thoughts on the whole of the weekend's action, everything that we discussed on today's show. But let me see, what a fight that was on Saturday from Love King. Love King, how you doing? Good to see you. We appreciate you on the show. We thank you for showing up and tuning in with us on today. What a fight that was on Saturday. They say styles make fights. I believe the best fight in boxing is Boots versus Ortiz. And yes, and also appreciate you saying that you couldn't hear me. I'm glad that we were able to get that fixed. But I completely understand. Yeah, this fight was, and we can talk about the future fights later on. We're going to delve into the fight itself first as the launching point of this show. The actual fight itself. This was a candidate for round of the year that they had in round 3, and one of the best fights of the year that we had seen, even though we had had a lot of great action throughout the course of this year. And yes, Boots did win, but it wasn't just an easy fight. We got to see quickly, before we even start off with anything with Boots Ennis, Xander Zayas completely justified his position to be seen as somebody who is real, legitimate, and actually worth his weight in salt when it comes to being an elite fighter in this division. I think we can put that to bed now. I think we can put that to bed. I don't think this division and a couple divisions to come, it's got a problem when it comes to dealing with Xander Zayas as he continues to grow. I'm telling that man, he showed so much heart, grit, determination. Xander Zayas showed so much legitimate strength and will, determination, and a sense of belonging. He did not shrink from the action that was happening in front of him. Xander Zayas was a fighter that many people thought was just going to get steamrolled in this fight, and he turned into a fighter that walked away from this fight with Boots, gaining a wealth of respect from the boxing public. This is not a bad loss for Xander Zayas in the slightest, and don't let nobody tell you differently. Don't let nobody tell you differently. He came in and he was actually able to use his size and be successful, especially in that round 3 when it turned into him actually hurting, rocking, and putting Boots in the world of trouble, almost shocking the world, and subsequently being able to take the loads of punishment that Boots was pushing on him and still having the capacity to go and say, I'm not going to quit, up until I literally got beat down. Credit to him in all of his career going forward, because he's going to be somebody that's really going to stand the test of time as his career continues to unfold and flourish. He's going to be a champion again, and after this fight, he's going to be a whole lot better. People better watch out for Xander Zayas coming forward, and we appreciate the fight that he put on, not ducking smoke, not ducking competition, and genuinely, from the jump of his career, jumping into the deep end. When everybody said his brother wasn't ready, he went and said, hey, ready or not, I'm here to go and be about legacy. I can't fault nobody for that, especially not somebody that's so hungry. So I love it. I appreciate it. And without that, we wouldn't have gotten the fights that we got right now with Boots and Zayas having such a phenomenal night of action. So we thank you so much for taking this challenge and meeting him head on. We can't say nothing. We can't say enough about Zayas. But when it comes to Boots Ennis getting this KO on Xander Zayas, now this is where stuff gets a lot more interesting, because I had said if Boots does not get a emphatic dominant win on Xander Zayas, it's going to be trouble. And we even had it in shorts form that people were seeing on social media. People were still, and some people were trying to say, hey, where's your response? Where you at? Where's my response? We need to see Boots Ennis be dominant, be great, and show everything that we wanted to see and get an emphatic win. And he did just that. And on that end, there's no complaints. None whatsoever. Not a thing I can complain about. This is exactly what I wanted to see from Boots Ennis. He looked exactly like he had been looking at 147, and like he looked against Lima, The same thing was what we saw against the likes of Boots Ennis versus Zayas. Nothing changed from the perspective of his ability to be dominant and win. From his perspective of ability to consistently fight like Boots without being compromised to where you have to go and, oh, you can't do the same stuff. He can do the same stuff. His power translates incredibly well. His reaction times and instincts are still phenomenal. He's a brother who now we know he wants to dig into the trenches and continually dominate with punishment and athleticism. And everything that we thought he could do on the night, he did do on the night without any issue at all. There's nothing I can say except for, hey, brother, you passed the test with flying colors. You did. You really did. You really did. You passed the test that we wanted you to see with flying colors. You went and took on the odds of opposition. You went and took on somebody who was one of the 4 best fighters at 154. A division where you can't run from anybody in the world. You can't go anywhere without having a tough fight. And this man was showing that he legitimately was worth that type of challenge. He was a bigger man than Boots Ennis. He was a wider man than Boots Ennis. He looked like he was going to be the stronger man than Boots Ennis in this fight. It looked like when he came into the ring, he was coming in legitimately above 154. Some reports were saying 175, some reports were saying 180, some reports were saying 168. Whatever the case may be, it was significant. Boots was the smaller man in this entire setup. And still, his physicality came and showed through. He was able to, on the offensive end, again, we're breaking down the fight, on the offensive end, he did whatever he wanted to do. A cacophony of shots landing left, right, and center without any a recourse of needing to change those types of gears, especially when he was switching southpaw. This cat was switching southpaw and orthodox as if it was on a dime. And subsequently, it was easy. It was easy doing both ways. And specifically, southpaw, some people, some reporters, and some analysts were saying he shouldn't have gone southpaw. Well, guess what? That southpaw straight right was one of the most damaging things that we had seen on the night that helped to not just control Zayas, but damage him every time they went into that mid-range, short-range area. It was consistent. It was constant. Every time it landed, you just kept saying, whoa, because this brother couldn't miss. He couldn't miss. He legit couldn't miss with that punch. He couldn't miss with any of his shots. This was one, and somebody else, can't remember who, but somebody else put this flawlessly. Boots Ennis was offensively efficient as much as he was destructive. That's the best way you could put this performance. Boots Ennis against a fighter that was supposed to test everything about Boots and his ability. He was offensively efficient as much as he was destructive. 3 knockdowns in the fight. First one in round 1. I think the second one came in round 5. I believe 4 or 5, I believe. And in round 7, ultimately ended with the KO. He went through and was constantly able to land on the head of Xander with whatever combination of punches he chose to throw. There wasn't an issue. There wasn't a problem. There wasn't a, how do I find a way on the inside? How is the timing of Zayas going to stifle my offense? He was able to consistently get it done in a way that would look just as consistent as we had seen in all the other fights that Boots has been in. Only this time, it was with an even higher challenge. Coupled with the fact that even after he got, and the biggest thing, we got to see Boots get tested. Because we now got to have an answer, what does Boots act like when he gets hurt? Because be clear, that round 3, he got hurt. He got hurt bad. Oh, it was demonstrative. I said before, that round 3 was a round of the year contender because we were seeing Boots Ennis after knocking down Zayas and looking like it was going to be a coasting win. Zayas came out and legitimately rocked the head of Boots Ennis and had his legs on wobbly streak. This man, well, he wasn't in no man's land, but he sure enough was not on sturdy ground for at least a good 30 seconds before ultimately being able to recuperate and get his bearings back together. How was Boots going to handle somebody that could actually hurt the chin and damage the chin of somebody who relies on his chin oh so much? And what would happen if he actually did get caught when every person he's been in front of has been not able to make that respect be felt or known, or even make Boots second guess himself in the slice. And Boots was indeed composed. Boots was indeed calm. Boots was indeed still fighting back, which is something insane to say, but it's something we've seen other greats do. Even while they're hurt, didn't let that phase what needed to be done in keeping the offense and momentum going. Now, granted, he did clinch. He did try to go and recoup at some point in time, but they didn't know to get his bearings together. And then once he did, he went right back on the foray of offense and damage. And it turned it into a volley of call and response level fighting. You hit me, I hit you. You damage me, let me get my stuff together while still being in the fire. And I promise you, I'm going to give you something back better. And he did just that. I'm telling you, it was great. And from that perspective of stuff we had wanted to see Boots give an answer to, he did it. He did it incredibly well. And I appreciate it. And again, there's more that I want to say to talk about the fight, but let me go on and read the chats that we have down below so I don't miss nobody as they're coming in. Like with the Wise Man, how you doing? Good to see you, Wise Man. Good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning into the show. We appreciate you joining in on the live stream today as we're reacting to Boots Ennis versus Zayas and talking through what happened on the night of the fight. Boots showed that he is a pound-for-pound talent. He displayed his elite level skill. I want to see him unify and clean out the 154 division. Xander Zayas fought with heart, and he will get better from this. You are absolutely right. Without a doubt, he'll get better from this. I completely agree. Boots looked great, but watch that third round. He better stay away from Fundora, or he might be in trouble. Love King, we're about to get to that. I promise you, when it comes to the next steps for Boots Ennis going forward. But real quick, we're discussing the things in the fight first before we look to the future of Boots Ennis. We're going to talk about it, absolutely. Also, Matt Borgeson, how you doing? Welcome back to the show. Good to see you. Salute to you. And we appreciate you joining in on the stream. I got Bud. Now, this is a whole nother can of worms because now everybody's talking about Bud versus Boots. What would have happened? Who would beat who at this point in time right now? And people are saying from this fight, hey, Boots did win, but Bud would be a guy that would take him out if they didn't fight against each other. Me personally, I agree, but that's not taken away from the fight at hand, because at this point in time, that's more of a fantasy fight at this stage in the careers of both of them. In fact, I got a clip of what Bud had said in regards to what he wants to see from Boots' career going forward. But that'll be for later on in the show. But this has been a hotly contested thing that, hey, with the way that he was getting caught, Bud, people getting some real good assumptions what that fight might have been like. But again, another conversation. We got to keep on reading the chat still. Like with Nitro, 19 to 42 Nitro. How you doing? We appreciate you on the show. Welcome to the live stream. Thank you so much for showing out and showing up to our show. Remember we said, what if Boots boxes from the outside with the jab? He could have made it an easy night if he kept boxing like he did in round, I'm assuming you mean round one. Still a good performance. I'll get more into the performance. I got Virgil too. Virgil stops him in that round 3. Ooh. That's fair to say. That's fair. Because of the finisher that we know Ortiz is as a boxer. Again, we thank you for the $2 super chat. We do well. Let me be clear. For the collective $4 super chats that you sent, we appreciate the All City Empire. And thank you so much for supporting this channel. And I understand. And again, this is for later on in the show. Like I said, give me about 5 minutes just to delve into what Boots did right and wrong with this performance. And then when we get to the future of what we see from Boots and the rest of the 154-pound division, these top, trust me, we will have some stuff to say. I promise you that. Also, let me see. Amin Roder, how you doing? Good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning into the show. If Boots had fought an experienced finisher, that would have been the end. Or at least it could have been a knockdown at minimum against a more fervent and dynamic puncher in that round 3. And that again with Fundora and Ortiz, that gets a little bit concerning. Boxing Pro, how you doing? Also, thank you for showing up and showing out. Thank you for tuning into to our show. Boots is one of the best talents. Unified Josh Kelly next, but I'm afraid about Fundora. And also 3410, what's up with you? How you doing? Salute to you. We are live, and hopefully you're leaving a like on the stream while we are live on the show. And so look, there's a lot to discuss about the future of this fight. Let me deal with the present first, just for a little bit, with what Boots did right and what he did wrong, before we delve into Fundora, Ortiz, and all those other things. And trust me, I know that's what y'all want to get, but we got to do a full-blown breakdown to give y'all the full perspective. And for me, when it comes to this perspective, what Boots did right in this fight, he was able to finish when blood was in the water. He was able to show he can survive when he does get cracked. He also now gave us a confirmation. Okay, at 154, there's a level of danger you have to respect now. You're not invulnerable. You're not invincible. That's not a bad thing. That is just a fact that now we've been wanting to see, is it real about you? And now we know there's a vulnerability there. It's a chink in the armor. It's not a bad chink in the armor, but it still is one nonetheless that somebody can come through and potentially take out. When you also look at it from the perspective of Boots Ennis and the whole totality of this fight, this man, yes, he could have kept on boxing Zayas. However, what we saw with Boots, how he went about being dangerous, consistently putting the pedal to the metal, not letting Zayas use his feet. If anything, Zayas wasn't really able to use that lateral movement at all that we were talking about that he had or that he showed earlier in past fights. He consistently closed the gap, cut off the ring, and what I can say fervently about this man, the identity of Boots now, I think we can say is confirmed. This man is what I like to call a stock market trader. That's what I call him. That's the type of fighter Boots is. Boots Ennis is a stock market trader type of fighter. What does that mean? This brother is built to want to go and land punch for punch with you. Better than you can ever try to go and match him with power, and quicker than you can match him with speed. But it's a response for a response. If you deal with trading, they call the stock on the floor, everybody goes and say they want to buy, and they second somebody buys, somebody else tries to sell immediately, sometimes trying to do a rug pull, per se, as we see with some crypto scams and others. But the gist of it is, if you try to go and punch with me, I'm going to immediately try to counter, not even counter, straight up trade and do better than you. I'm aggressive. It's that Philly style. I want to go into the trenches. It's that Philly out, that Philadelphia persona. But it's also, I want to show you that there's nothing you can do to push me back. And I'm always going to take an opportunity to land the better punch and never give you a chance to say, okay, it's my turn. And that's it. It's all, Boots always wants it to be his turn. Because in this fight, every single time Zayas threw something, Boots always responded with either a bigger shot or a flurry of shots consistently, without fail. Without fail. All fight long. We were seeing Zayas' head bounce left and right like we were watching Benavidez fight against Xander Ramirez. He was doing shots to the body and then bringing shots up top. He was going through and landing shots to the head, doubling and tripling up with that left straight when he was switching southpaw, consistently backing Zayas up, hurting Zayas multiple times, rocking him and making Zayas feel incredibly overwhelmed and swarmed. Because he is a pressure fighter more than anything. He's got a bunch of tools in the tool belt. But I think this kind of confirmed Boots Ennis is a very forward-moving destroyer. He can box. He can be a brilliant technical aficionado. But what he wants to be, most likely what he's gonna be, as his career continues to unfold, is probably a guy that this is the Boots that we're gonna get. He'll still get more refined, but this is his identity. He is a stock market trader. And he's going to be in the trenches. He's going to trade with his opponents every chance he gets. And he's going to willingly take punishment at times. The defensive issue at this point, I gotta reevaluate. Because yes, there are Fundora, Ortiz, there's going to be some trouble that can arise, without a doubt, without a question, without any agreements to any fights happening now. We can already tell those two guys, they can bring some real problems for Boots Ennis in terms of power. But in terms of the identity of Boots' style, as much as we can nitpick and say, the brother he's getting hit too much. The issue is he was still rolling and quelling shots with that instinctual stuff. I've had no problem with that. My problem was the show defense that we saw in the fight. The brother was still doing stuff where he was manipulating his guard too much, doing too many flashy things instead of actually hunkering down and getting a fervent defensive style that covers the majority of sins that may come your way when you need to shell up. But the whole thing with Boots is, at this point, this is what works for him. It's what works. And with a performance like this, we can detract, and we should, or at least we can be critical. But we also can't deny that this is something that, brother, this cat still, even with those flaws, is incredibly special. Can it bite him in the butt? Sure, absolutely. But the whole thing is, even with that danger, look at what he's able to do on the good side. And be clear, like I said when I was in that short and on a couple episodes ago, Boots needs a dominant win in order to satisfy the fans. This was a dominant win. Fans are satisfied, but some people are still talking and some people are still critiquing. Hey, I don't know if he's really all that. Some, not all, but some. I'm not going to do that. Because what we saw that night not only was entertaining, not only was exciting, but it showed us, in my opinion, the real Boots Ennis. When the chips were on the table and it was time for you to show us your real persona, your real identity, when it was time to show us who Boots really was, he did it. I'm a brother. Hey, I can be defensive, but I'll sometimes let it go. Why? Because the offensive end of the spectrum is what I'm focused on more than anything. I'm trying to hurt you. If that means giving some stuff up, so be it. And if it gets to a point where I gotta go and recalibrate, okay, I can. But I'm trying to hurt you and hurt you bad. And now, at the biggest stage, we got to see the same identity. This is who Boots is. We're probably never going to get the defensive Shakur, Devin Haney type of person that we want out of him. Where he's just, people are barely landing on him. We're not going to get that. What we are going to get is somebody who, everything else about him is going to be able to overcome that flaw, or rather that willing flaw that Boots has. Because he could be better. He could have boxed him out, but he didn't. And doggone it, I'm glad he didn't. Because this Boots Ennis, with how he's able to beat people so completely, even with him not showing, some cases, the best defense that you would want. My gosh, man. He's got the capacity to go and finish off this entire 54-pound division. If he's fighting like that, he does. He's got the capacity to wipe the slate clean with the entirety of this division, without a doubt. And I said this earlier, Boots Ennis, if he wasn't this guy, and he fought like Shakur, fought like Devin Haney, fought like some of these other more defensively sound boxers with a different framework of identity, sure, he'll be harder to hit, way more safe, absolutely. But he would not be the same guy. And this very makeup of buzz around him and capacity to say he can reach these types of heights, people wouldn't be saying. I wouldn't be saying. He can be one of the best in the world. He can be pound for pound number 1 and number 3 down the line. He can be one of the most impactful names in this sport. If Boots was anybody else but him, my gosh, I don't think we would be saying it. The critiques are valid, but this is who Boots is. Doggone it. This bud is incredible. He is. For real, he is. But also, I want to make sure I keep on reading you all's chats. Also, we got paid again from Matt Borgenson. Matt, how you doing? We thank you again for the $5 super chat to our show. Thank you for more arms to the Empire. I wanted to make sure I at least got that off before I started reading the chats again. But let me see what you had to say. If we are afraid, give me that fight. Boots needs to fight where I'm scared he's going to lose. Yes, exactly. Those are the best fights to make. Uncertainty is greatness. You hit the nail right on the head. Because now we can transition into the next framework of the conversation. Who does Boots need to fight next? Who should he go out and try to face next? Ortiz, Fundora, all of them? Guess what? I want him to fight Fundora immediately. And if you think he's going to get beat, that's exactly what needs to happen. You doggone right, that's what needs to happen. I want to hear the crowd buzzing. I want to hear this. I want to hear everybody cheering and reacting. I want to hear the commentators. We got a problem. Somebody's in trouble. Somebody's in danger. I want to hear the bell sound, and all of a sudden, there's an uncertainty. Oh my gosh, is he safe? Is he going to be able to make it out? Is he going to be able to come back and recalibrate in the next round with only a minute to recover? I want uncertainty. I want the level of competition to continue this path to make himself great. I want that. I need that. And we said this before, Boots has to have that. He's got to have it. Without a doubt. He needs to have these fights in front of him that put us in a concerted effort. Or rather, in a concerning sentiment. We want the unknown. Because the unknown is the most possibility-driven environment to make the spectacular happen. That's what we need. And after this fight, Boots needs to go and clean out the whole division. He needs to go and fight Fundora. Next, he needs to go and fight Ortiz after that. Unify with Josh Kelly in between one of those two. But it's got to happen. Without question. Also because he's getting older. He's 29 years old now. Reaching directly in the middle of his prime as a fighter, or getting to the middle of his prime as a fighter. He said he wants to be undisputed. He said he wants to go and challenge everybody at 154, 160, and 168 being his last stop. He said all of this. Guess what? This is where the run starts. This is where that run starts. I want to see you run towards all the smoke after you took on what would arguably be considered the third best fighter in this division. Third or fourth, wherever you have Zayas, a top 5 contender with legitimate youth, and already was in the deep end, taking 2 belts. Or this early in his career, formerly the youngest champion in boxing, and it wasn't somebody that was over the hill. It was somebody that was bigger, taller, potentially on paper, people said he might be stronger. And could get and legitimately tested you in the ring. It only is up from here if you're Boots Ennis. And that's what I want to see. That's exactly what I want to see when it comes to him going forward. Let me see. Technique, how you doing? Good to see you. We appreciate you on the show. We thank you for being on the live stream with us today. Boots' jab is so strong. It is. And again, the comparisons to Roy are also still there. His straight left as a southpaw can work as a jab by itself. Similar to how Roy Jones Jr., his straight right was so quick, it could snap out like a jab. And both hands were able to be the lead hand, even in a squared up stance. Shoot, in an orthodox stance, his backhand could act as the starter to whatever combination you wanted to do. That is the ability, the physically gifted ability, and the naturally instinctual talent that we see Boots have as a fighter. He's insane. He's absolutely insane. Al Booker, good to see you. What's up with you? Welcome back. We appreciate you joining in on the live stream once again. Thank you so much. Hopefully, you're leaving a like on the stream. We're trying to catch everybody that we can in the chats. Good analysis of Boots' style. I pretty much totally agree with. I appreciate it. Beat Skull. Also, how you doing? Thank you for showing up on the live with us today. No, he doesn't. Everybody else is older, stronger, and battle-tested. That's true. That's true. And that's why we want to see him go against these other people. Because now you're dealing with more experienced, more powerful, and more danger. Where you are now the unified champ. You are one of the kings to the throne. Guess what? You got to go and take on whoever comes your way. Just like we said with Zayas, the same thing happens with Boots Ennis. Charles Pickett, how you doing? We appreciate you on the show. Hey, with the Clippers logo, hey man, y'all might lose. Y'all starring Kawhi Leonard. Ooh, he might be going back to Toronto. I pray that y'all get a good haul. But Lord knows, Clipper Nation might be a little bit looking different by the time 7 o'clock hits tonight as free agency starts. Let me keep on reading your talking conversation. Boots is a hype job. Fundor will massacre Boots in rounds. Now we get to where the interesting things. Who can he be with this ability of fighting? With what you saw now, who can he beat when it comes to Fundor or Ortiz or any of those at the top of the upper echelon? A wise man, you said it needs to be Fundor, Ortiz, or Kelly next. I won't accept anybody less. I completely agree. Also, Von Green here real quick. I see you in the chat. I wanted to make sure I catch you. How you doing? Is Boots a natural southpaw or left-handed fighter? I believe he is naturally orthodox. I believe. But he switched to southpaw and it was able to just be so successful. But I think he has the unique ability to be genuinely ambidextrous, where both hands or both stances are equally as good to him. I think he's orthodox though. But again, if I'm wrong, please correct me, because he switches so much. Sometimes I'm not sure where what his actual natural stance is. But I think he's a natural southpaw. I'm sorry, a natural orthodox fighter, I believe. But let me go on and read your chats, or rather, let me go on and bring up this clip, because I did want to show you what's going on with Boots Ennis, because y'all say who y'all wanted to fight next. Well, it looks like right now the next fighter is, just like they said they wanted it to be, it's gonna be Sebastian Fundor. Yeah, it looks like that's the next test for the likes of Boots Ennis. Genuinely, I'm not trying to make sure my soundboard was working, but this is real. It looks like the next stage in Boots' career is going to be running into that burning building, which is Sebastian Fundor, and trying to take his belts as we speak right now. As per Mike Coppinger, Boots Ennis and Fundor are in negotiations with each other as we speak today. I'll just transition over into the world of picture-in-picture. Yes, look, you can look at it for yourself. This is directly from the ring themselves. Per Mike Coppinger, Jaron Ennis and Sebastian Fundor are in negotiations to fight in November or December. That is the going sentiment. Now, with that being said, also take this with somewhat of a grain of salt. Not because it's Mike Coppinger reporting it, but because there's been other reports also, or rumors, that this fight might not happen until 2027. Hypothetically, because some people were saying there might be a fight. I can't remember if it's a mandatory or just a fill-in fight that Boots may have to take with somebody else before getting into Fundor and getting that fight happening in the ring. I don't know for sure. I'm just giving you the full scope. But as we know right now, this is the most billboard news coming from Mike Coppinger that they're already in potential negotiations to get a unification about going for all three belts on the line with them. And if so, perfect, phenomenal. Who wouldn't want it? I would love that. It would be a great thing if we got to see that actually take place. And let me see, Love King, if Boots beats Fundor, he's top 5 pound for pound, maybe top 3. Now, pound for pound, give me a couple minutes, and we're gonna get into pound for pound, because let's delve into the fights with who he could beat before we get into those talks. Because right now, it's going to take these types of fights to get them higher into the pound for pound rankings. Because most people have, if they have them there, they got them at 10 or 9. I think officially the Ring Magazine themselves, I believe, had them at 9. I'm going to check again when we get to that segment in the show. But if if he wants to get that top 5, top 3, most likely it's going to take all the names, Ortiz, Fundora, and Zayas, with Kelly, to crack that threshold of top 5 if we want to get there. But again, we're going to get to that conversation later on in the show. Let me see. Xander for sure was like 185, 190 on the night. That's what was the crazy thing. Xander Zayas was 185 roughly on that night. And he looked every bit of that. And Boots Ennis was still able to out-muscle him. Genuinely. For real. He was actively still, as the smaller man, still able to be the more physically imposing threat on all regards of the fight. Whether it was speed and combination punches, whether it was going through it and being able to actually trade and beat Zayas to the punch, or make Zayas have to only shell up because this offense was so dominant. Whether it was big shots that were stopping Zayas' offense, or straight up when he would slipping and countering, everything was working and he was pushing Zayas back all night. He was pushing Zayas, or at least even when Zayas was being able to gain some momentum and move forward, he was able to still stop that forward momentum and push Zayas back yet again. After round 4, I don't think Zayas ever was able to get on the front foot again after his big barrage in round 3. I don't think we saw Zayas get a dominant front foot position for the rest of the fight when it came to Boots Ennis taking control and winning the rest of the rounds going into that last round KO in the 7th. I don't think we saw him be able to gain any leverage afterwards. The heart was still there. The chin was still very much more durable, not ever expected. But the complete control got ripped away from Zayas directly after the best performance of the fight in that round. That was insane to think about. For somebody that is, again, a smaller man in this division, or at least in this fight, that fought as if he was the guy that was the big hulking behemoth. It's incredible to witness, no, without a doubt. And he just shows his ability. Ortiz was knocked down by Boachuk. Adams stopped Boachuk. Adams is a bigger test than Ortiz. Now, we can't play the triangle game in that way, because it could very well be that Ortiz could knock out Adams in less than 2 rounds if they ever fought against each other. If they ever fight, we'll finally find out. But we can't say because Boachuk gave Ortiz a war and then Boachuk lost to Adams twice, Adams is better than Ortiz. It doesn't work like that. Yeah, it doesn't work. Even now, even with Adams beating Boachuk twice, nobody was ever still saying Ortiz is worse than Adams, or Ortiz isn't still the best fighter pre-Boots Ennis at this division, or pre-Sebastian Fundora, when Fundora took over that helm of being the king of the division at that point in time after beating Keith Thurman. People were still looking at Ortiz. He still is the man, even without a belt, is the most dangerous brother there. I don't think that changes at this landscape right now. I don't think so. Now, Adams would be a good fight, don't get me wrong. Adams can fight now. He can box and he can do a one-hitter quitter with what you saw against Boachuk. He's a tough customer. That brother, he can scrap. There's no disrespect there. But he ain't Ortiz. As a fighter, that's the reason why we put them on different pedestals. And it's not out of disrespect. It's because of the respect that we have for Boots. The only winnable fights at 154 for Boots is versus Josh Kelly or Madrimov. Oh, wow. Man. Shoot. So, you know what? Let's have a conversation. And actually, before we do, let me go and read Matt Borgeson's chat. Who again, we don't want to run from the money. Let's make sure we keep on getting paid by reading Matt Borgeson's chats. And we appreciate Matt Borgeson for the $5 super chat on the show. Thank you so much for supporting the show and giving alms to the Empire. And everybody else, if you can, please keep on supporting the show by liking the stream and sharing with everybody that you know. And also, one like makes a world of difference. Let me see what you had to say. I want to see Ortiz or Boots versus Yoel Hernandez within 2 years. Now, see, that might come down the line, and that is a very possible fight. I said this earlier, and I think it still bodes true now. Boots Ennis could get all the way up to 168. That includes Hernandez. That includes Canelo. That includes Shiraz and Billy. All of those sets of people. I think he can translate all the way up there once his career fully flushes out. And it could be in the very near future because, again, he's almost pushing 30. Or he is almost pushing 30. Excuse me, he's 29. His body's going to probably get to a point where, time to move up again and time to go up and challenge yet again. Well, I want to see that. This is the fight I would love to see. And if it does take place, that would be interesting. That would be very interesting, especially where Hernandez is looking and the dominance that we see with Boots right now. If he is able to get up there, and Hernandez is still there, that's a good scrap. That's a dangerous scrap, but it's a good one nonetheless. But back to the conversation that we had because I was trying to read somebody else's chats. Josh Kelly and Madrimov are the only two people that we could see Boots feasibly beat at this point in time. I disagree. And this goes back to having a conversation in regards to Boots Ennis as a fighter. We have to start asking, well, is Boots the best at 154 outright? We have to. And in fact, I'm going to make sure I add this title card. Because this is a legitimate question. Because now, via it pound for pound in the division or pound for pound in the whole, we had to have this in terms of in the whole of boxing. We had to have this discussion because it's on the table now. It is. Was this win enough to get Boots Ennis into being talked about? He's the best guy at 154 outright already. If you've heard the likes of Max Kellerman or Timothy Bradley, they say yes. Others, he's the second best at this division. See the 1, 2, or 3 that he's ranked right now within the landscape, within the landscape of whether it's Fundor, Ortiz, or Boots. He's one of those 3. Kelly is 4th, yes, because he's the champion, but most people see Kelly as the weakest viable option when it comes to the reigning sectors of boxing. And yeah, I understand Ortiz doesn't have a title. He's not technically reigning. I understand. But Ortiz, his kingdom, is not laden in gold, but it's sure enough is cast iron. And brother, everybody knows that fighter is a tough out for anybody with the gold right now. So it's those 4. I would say that Boots, after beating Zayas, if you put Boots Ennis as the best fighter at 154, I would not be upset at all. I wouldn't be upset at all. I would not be upset in the slightest if we now see Boots as the best fighter at 154. I would. Or tied at minimum with Sebastian Fundor. And this is because now who he knocked off was not just reigning at a position of I could be considered one of the best, but he was the answer test to show how good you or how dominantly you can beat him can set the tone for how we can view you against the rest of this division. Personally, this is me personally, from a reigning perspective, I have him tied with Sebastian Fundor. That's me. I got him tied with Sebastian Fundor. It's 1A, 1B, best in this division. Sebastian Fundor has been reigning, and this is not me saying that Keith Thurman is a better win than Xander Zayas, but with that Keith Thurman and the elevation of what we had shown of his career to that point, as well as not just the both wins with Tim Tszyu, but how we're looking and at what we had said with Fundor, he was deserving to be seen as the top guy in this division. I'm not going to move him off of that pedestal that he earned, but I think there's room for 2. And Boots should be 1A, 1B with Fundor. As a talent, it would be remiss for me not to say that that fight with him and Ortiz for the best talent in boxing, I might have Boots slightly ahead, purely off of skill and ability. Now, some people may disagree. I understand. But this fight, for me, laid the groundwork for me to be confident, ranking him in this world of 154 where nobody can run from anybody. And everybody is indeed great. I think this was something spectacular. Even with him getting hurt, even with him getting rocked, even with him getting put in trouble against Xander Zayas. At the end of the day, by the time that fight ended, not only was it a knockout, he completely nullified him. Completely nullified Xander. And was at a point where there was just nothing Xander could do. And I've seen Xander in trouble. I've definitely said that Xander can get beat. But I've never seen Xander be put in a position where at some point in the fight, there was genuinely nothing he can do. It got to a point where when he got knocked down that last round, he didn't look at it. And some people are saying that he looked at his corner to go through and, hey, yeah, throw in the towel. He didn't look at it to throw in the towel. At that third knockdown, they were already walking up the steps. He was making that face because it was, man, yeah, I figured y'all were going to stop the fight. Because at this stage, there's nothing I can do. He wasn't saying I wanted it to stop, but he was like, yeah, I understand. Because he completely wiped him out. We saw Zayas, who still has so much potential, be able to find a way in every other fight, get completely washed. Where it was, hey, look, all that stuff about Boots can't move, that was just him. That was just me that was just selling the fight. This cat can move. This cat ain't got flat feet. This brother is a monster. Can paraphrase him, but his words, not mine. I would say that Boots probably should be considered the best talent at 154. I would say that's fair. It's still close. But I would say on paper, him saying, or people saying that he's the man now to beat, I understand. I understand that completely. Those that say that Boots Ennis is the man to beat at 154, I can hold my hands up and say, you know what? I understand. Because this guy, against even the best at this division, with his flaws, still looks so hard to beat. Because now we know he can't get hurt. But the question is, with all those other people, it's also a twofold street. If he gets hurt, but you can't put him down, how do you stop what he's able to do to you? If he gets hurt, but you can't put him out, and he does survive like he did against Zayas, how do you stop him? Once he goes and continues to fight, when your chance to go and end the show doesn't come through, what happens then? How do you deal with his response? That's something that when we look at Fundora, well, Fundora got knocked out by somebody who responded to him in Mendoza. Sure, he's a better fighter than he was against Mendoza, but that potential still lies. And even with him being a better fighter than before, I've still said consistently, he is not a great boxer. From the perspective of he's added his skill set to be, oh my gosh, incredible. But he's learned to box, and he's a great fighter. On the inside, looking to do power and damage. He's turned into a good boxer now at this stage in his career. But he's always been a better fighter. But if it turns into a fight versus fight standpoint, and Ortiz's boxing isn't able to win him today, just like with Zayas after round one, his boxing wasn't able to win him today. He had to fight. What can Ortiz and Fundora do? They can do a lot, don't get me wrong, but the question is, will that be enough? When now that is all you can rely on if your boxing ability ain't enough. And be clear, That's what's going to come down to in part, because everybody that Boots faces off against, and this is going to be true for Ortiz or Fundor, even with that 82, 83-inch reach and 6'5" height. Everybody that Boots is going to fight against from here on out, this will not be a boxing match against him. He, like Benavidez, he, like Ben Rodriguez, he, even like what we can say, not comparing skill, but back in the day with Terrence Crawford when he was around, it's going to be, you got to win the fight in order to beat me. Because I can box with you and anybody else, but if you can't beat me in the fight, you ain't got no shot. Because it's going to turn into a fight at some point in time. And can you deal with that? There probably will never be a fight in Boots' career, at least during his prime, that won't turn into, can the opponent win the fight, not the boxing match? And the answer is no to that every time. If it's no, it's gonna be a problem. It's gonna be a problem. It's gonna be a major problem for anybody that steps in the ring with them, Ortiz, Fundor, or otherwise. At 154 or beyond, it's gonna be an issue. It's going to be a real issue. Boots versus Ortiz in boxing is #fireworks. You're absolutely right. It is. Zayas will be great. Very great. He's very young and very good. Without a doubt, Boxing Pro, you better believe it. Against Fundor, it'll be hard for Boots. I completely agree. Fundor and his camp made it clear they're not only interested in getting in the ring with fighters from PBC. Fundor don't want to fight for all. Wait, hold on. Fundor and his camp made it clear they are only interested in getting in the ring with fighters from the PBC. Fundor don't want to fight for all the belts. Now, I haven't heard that. Now, that's new coming across my screen. I haven't seen that, but I'll look into it while we're on the show and make sure that is indeed the case or not. Fundor don't get the respect he deserved because he got KO'd early in his career. The dude's a problem. He absolutely is a problem. Absolutely is a problem. Without a doubt, he is a problem. The uppercuts of Fundor could be one of the most damaging things to hurt the head of Boots Ennis. Shoot, the biggest shot that started Boots getting rocked was the straight right hand from Zayas. Ortiz can land that at will if Boots ain't careful, because Boot or Fundor can land that at will against Boots, because of the risk that Boots would have to take with him lunging on the inside, trying to score and land and dictate and close that distance. And just like with Zayas, make it so this turns into a fight. He's going to have to walk him down. But Fundor's going to be able just to be in the center of the ring like a praying mantis, ready to strike with whatever shot comes his way. It's going to be tough. And Fundor should absolutely be seen as a dangerous threat without question. And just at this point in time, it feels pretty good to say, hey man, it's going to be a lot tougher than we thought. Let me see. I heard Fundor manager Samson, I think it's Lekowitz, if I'm saying his name correctly, saying Fundor is possibly fighting some dude in the PBC rankings in the fall, not Boots, Ortiz, or Spence. I highly doubt that. So see, okay, so this is two different times we had in the chat that reports are coming out that Fundor may fight with somebody from the PBC and not for the belt with Boots. I don't know how real or not real those talks or potential rumors are. I hope they're not real, because I want Fundor to step into the ring with Zayas or with Boots immediately. I want that immediately. I want somebody to become undisputed immediately, because the iron has never been hotter for the top end of this division. Fundor has a dramatic win. Ortiz had a dramatic win against Lubin. And now Boots had a dramatic win against Zayas. You got three fighters, all of whom got knockouts as the most recent wins on their resume against names that are at least respected and or known and or both. This would be a catastrophe if we didn't get that fight happening immediately this year. It would be a catastrophe. I would hate it. I would absolutely hate it. Let me see. Also, MS, how you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for showing up, and salute to you for joining in on the show. We're happy that you're here. We appreciate you on the live. Hopefully, again, you are leaving a like on the streams. Please smash the like button. One like makes a world of difference to make this show grow and reach the masses all across the globe. But let me keep on reading your chats and responses. I really hope Boots meant what he said about accomplishing Undisputed at 154. Let me tell you something. I hope so too. I hope so too. And this is in part, a part of being the best at 154, he made this same rhetoric when people were saying he was the best fighter at 147. We have seen this story before. He said he wanted to be undisputed at 147, at 154, at 160, and at 168. That came out of his mouth, and that came from his tweets. He said that. And then he didn't accomplish it. He's in a position now, he's got a clear path to undisputed. He's got a clear path to undisputed at 160 if he ever does get up there, or when he gets up there, excuse me. And at 168, there's potential he can go and challenge for that. We have to make sure he stays true to this. He said he wants Fundora next. It's now confirmed he said he after the press conference, the next goal for me, outright, in fact, I'll try to find the clip while I'm talking, but the next goal for me, outright, when it comes to Boots Ennis, is I want to become undisputed. I want to be a champion. I want to go and take all the belts against all these fighters. In Fundora, I'm coming for you. That's what he said he wants. And that's what I want to see happen. But he's got to be sure that he doesn't renege on that promise or on that sentiment that he said. Because if he rolls back the clock and say that, maybe, you know what, I don't need to. We're back to the song and dance that we hated earlier in his career. We're back to the song and dance that we know we did not want to see at all. When it came to you having the ability to accomplish a lot of stuff and then not happening at all. I don't want to see that. Lord knows I don't. So please keep fighters' feet to the fire is what we always say, and make sure he does indeed continue to press the issue. We want to see you unify and go undisputed, or try to at minimum at 154. That's what we want. That's what I want. That's what I hope we get, and we better get it. Absolutely. No, this win wasn't. These guys are talking about top three on pound for pound. He's young. Xander, who are you taking off? Xander isn't better than Tia. That's true. And be clear. I am not saying pound for pound top 10 in the globe. This was for 154 outright. 154 pound for pound. Should we say that Boots, or can we say that Boots should be considered the best or tied with the best or within that top three definitively, and if so, where? Which probably should have put that out on the poll. But now we can transition into, after this win, sure, he can struggle with Ortiz. Sure, he can struggle with Fundora. Sure, those fights can be drastically dangerous, but it's what we want. But what we see with Zayas now, is Zayas pound for pound top 10 at this point with this win? Did this elevate Boots Ennis to be pound for pound in the entire globe of boxing? Or is there still work to be done? And I'm going to read your chats, and then I'm going to address this question. I'm going to show you what the Ring Magazine has ranked outright, and whether I agree or disagree. But let me read the last of your chats real quick so we can make sure that we catch everybody. Can you see Boots fighting the winner of Spence versus Sue, or perhaps Thurman or Charlo? Would we even be interested in those fights? Boots got options at 154. So, this actually goes into this pound for pound talk. It does. It sounds convoluted. But this question goes into this pound for pound discussion that we're having right now. Because Boots Ennis in the world of pound for pound top 10 in the globe, per the Ring, now he's ranked, crazy enough, number 9. He's ranked 9.
Hey, look at this. We got some problems
He's
here.
ranked 9.
We got some problems here.
Boots Ennis, after this win with Zayas, The Ring magazine now put him as the 9th best fighter in the world, outright, over Oscar Collazo, bumping Canelo, who was also on this list, I believe, out entirely, and directly under Devin Haney, Nakatani, Dimitri Bivol, Benavidez, Bam, Shakur, Usyk, who shouldn't be number 2 in my opinion, and in a way at number 1. For me, and again, wise man, I'm answering your question. All of this ties into it. Boots Ennis, after this win with Zayas, the Ring put him at pound for pound top 10. I don't think Boots should yet be pound for pound top 10. But he definitely, after this win, is right on the cusp of that ranking. Right on the cusp. He is now in position to crack that top 10 for me. But he is not top 10 pound for pound in my eyes if I'm looking at this ranking. He does not. Zayas was not enough for me to put Boots Ennis above the top 10 in the world of boxing. Zayas, like I said earlier, or rather in past shows, Zayas is the catalyst to get him into that top 10. Because whatever win after this, if it's against Ortiz or Fundora, now I can fervently say that you're there. Because we were saying that his resume wasn't filled with a whole bunch of names outside of Stanionis that were comparable or built up a resume worthwhile like we had seen with other people in this ranking. But if Boots does or is able to win against Zayas and one of the 3 top in the division, now I can put him there. But at this point in time, he's still not there yet. But he's right outside the top 10 with this win over Zayas, and rightfully so. But what does that mean for Zayas or for Boots now? And what that means for Boots now, Boots Ennis has a plethora of options because now he is seen on some people's radar as one of the 10 best fighters in the world and one of the fastest rising faces in this sport. The cash cow, the money runs through him, like he always says, that's confirmed. That's real now. Everybody wants to see Boots. Everybody wants to witness Boots Ennis. Everybody wants to get in the ring and show and have the capacity to see the exciting nature that Boots brings to the table against real names, competent names, dangerous names, against any names for that matter. And his name, coupled with anybody, would be a big deal. That includes Keith Thurman, Charlo, Tim Sue. It includes them all. Now, with that being said, would we be interested in those fights? Absolutely not. And unless somebody showed up and was spectacular, we would not be interested in those fights at all at this point in time. And for good reason. Because the expectation for Boots Ennis is now only undisputed. Top 5 or nothing. If Errol Spence shows up and he's better than we ever thought, sure, we'd be interested in that fight. If Charlo comes back and looks back like he never left, we would be interested in that fight, even though most likely people would say, Charlo, we don't give you a chance at all because of the fact that, brother, you went and sold everything in the kitchen sink when you tried to fight Canelo. You laid down and died against Canelo. You didn't even try. And that's a buddy who at that point in time was slower at being able to cut off the ring. And he was just walking and stalking you down and you were afraid to punch, let alone you just went and took a payday. Against Boots, you don't get a payday, all right. You ain't going to be able to run. Ain't going to be no shelling up and just using the ring. You going to get destroyed. Unless you showed us that you were back to the undisputed version of Charlo. And even then, people would still say now, Boots probably beats that Charlo. Or at least it's a fight that people would favor Boots with what they're saying right now, whether it be because of recency bias or genuinely they think that this guy's better than what Charlo was at his peak. But the main thing still stands. We wouldn't be interested unless any of those guys turned into the old facade of themselves. There are fights that would be cool in name, But for adding anything to what this division could be, everybody would look at it. It would be like Usyk trying to fight Deontay Wilder, which is what he's trying to fight right now. It's a name. He could get stopped because Deontay still got power, but nobody wants to see that now, do they? No, especially not me. So you doggone right. Leave those names in the dust unless they show that they can go and recoup and come back and be worthwhile. But right now, they're not even in the picture. So I couldn't even say that I see them winning or I see them taking the fight because I don't even think it's going to be on the table for any of them. Because all of them, one loss, they're done. Spence loses, he's most likely done. Charlo loses, he's most likely done. Tim Tszyu loses, it's most likely his last fight or last two fights. And Thurman, he may take a whole nother layoff. Because he is not near a championship opportunity anytime soon. And definitely after what Fundora did to him, nobody's really calling him out and saying, hey, we want to see you here. So I don't think we're most likely going to get any of those fights. Understandably so. Because the road only leads to you're trying to fight to keep this spot in top 10, or for those of you like me that don't think he's top 10, earn the right to be in this top 10 all boxing pound for pound that the ring has him in right now. But strictly by this list that you see with the actual ring, this is wipe any other of those lesser fights off the table. And it's going to just be undisputed or bust for what the public wants to see. Let me see. Does he survive if he fights someone that is a great finisher when he gets hurt? Honestly, that's the question. That is really the question. Could he survive if somebody with better power, better experience in finishing the job, would he be able to go and last outside of that round 3? Or, at worst, with the momentum shifting, even if Boots does able to survive, would he be able to steal that momentum back like he did against Zayas with an even more dominant, dangerous performance? That's the biggest question. It's not the offense that anybody's concerned about. The offense is one of the best offenses in all of the 154-pound division. That is guaranteed for Boots Ennis. It is the vulnerability of his defensive mentality, which is stock market trader. I'll take some to give some. I'll take some hits in order to trade with an even bigger cash out of a punch. And because of that, the biggest of which, Ortiz and Zayas, they are looking like they'll be able to do damage. I can say Boots would be able to survive one of those instances of you're hurt, you're buzzed, and you're in trouble against Fundora or Ortiz. But he couldn't survive two. He is composed enough, like we saw, when he was, even while he was hurt, slipping 4 different punches, doing a Tyson Fury when Fury was on the ropes, literally back to back to back to back, just shaking his head and letting stuff pass him by. He was able to do that, even while dazed and damaged. And he was able to still keep his composure and not lose himself to the chaos of the moment and be conscious enough to be able to say, I still know what I need to do. He is more mature in levels of danger than we all may have realized, because we had never really seen him like this before at this drastic of a way. He's been caught, but he hasn't been this much damage and stunned. He would be able to survive one of those instances. But against the likes of an Ortiz, I don't know if it would be, if it happened again, he'd be in trouble. He would. Because now you're dealing with the expertise and ability to stop you. Just like you are turning into one of the best finishers in the game to stop everybody else. This is what, his 32nd or the 31st knockout in his career? It is incredible. we can now say his talent's validated. I think he'll still be able to be the Boots that we know. It doesn't change that the danger is still the danger. But now I can say I saw how we can operate at this level now. The danger hasn't changed, but his ability to handle it, for me, is different. Different in a good way. It's better. I can have some confidence. People didn't have confidence in Boots in some regards before. If this same question got posed in front of him. Because we were saying Zayas could be the guy to make this actual question of, if you keep on taking punishment, if somebody catches you, what can you do? We got our answer. We did. Even if it's a better guy that is able to be a better finisher, we still got our answer. What can you do? Now, we can only hope that he goes and is a little bit more defensively oriented as we continue his career going forward. But again, the mentality of Boots, he wants to go and do damage. So he will most likely keep on letting stuff potentially get to him. Max Kellerman brought up a great point. Sugar Ray Robinson, when he was the greatest fighter, in my opinion, in boxing history, he would take hits from a litany of people. Not because he wasn't great defensively, not because he wasn't a phenomenal fighter in all accounts, but because his mentality of what he wanted to do in the ring. I am trying to take you out. With risk involved, so be it. And for Boots, thinking in that way, it's kind of the same thing. Now again, Robinson was still better defensively in what he was able to do when he would actually still get into those situations, but Boots, that type of thinking, it's not going to change. It just ain't. We can say he can box. We can say he needs to box. I'm going to tell you this right now. Boots Ennis is not going to box against an Ortiz or Fundor. Or if he does, it's going to turn into a fight. Just like every other fight with Boots has turned into. Because that's what he wants. That's him. At his purest form, that's him. So do I think he'll be able to take multiple instances of, oh, the power can get you, you can be in trouble? No. But do I definitely think that he's got the opportunity that if it came time for that, he could still win out in those situations? Yeah. Yeah. I think so. I think he's that good. The Ortiz fight is still a 50-50 fight. The Fundor fight is still a X factor of unknowns because, yeah, Boots is a better boxer than the likes of Fundor. However, that length gives a whole new dimension that, but we don't know how he's going to get around it. And if he makes one wrong mistake, that buddy getting put to sleep. He getting put out. One shot can go and change the whole course of everything. Can cut him up, cause some swelling, have him rocked and stunned. With that much leverage, but legitimately, we've seen what he's been able to do to people. It's an unknown. But it's not something I can't say. I can't have confidence in Boots anymore. That he could not handle himself. And if push came to shove, and he was the one to say, I think he could, and we were trying to say, could he overcome in those situations? I'm now privy to say I think he could. I'm privy to say I think he could. I really do. I really do. But let me keep on reading your chats and responses. Is it safe to say that Brian Norman Jr. would have got stopped by Boots if they had fought in the past? Yes, it would have. Without question. Without question. If they had fought at 147 in the past, Brian Norman would have gotten destroyed by Boots Ennis. It's pretty clear to think now, in retrospective, he would have got knocked out. Especially if the power of Devin Haney was able to go and crack him. Oh, you better believe, with a night and day, again, when we say finisher, we were just comparing Boots Ennis to other finishers like Ortiz and Virgil and stuff. That's comparable. This is not comparable. This is a completely different entity entirely. If he was getting in the ring with that, he would have gotten destroyed. He would have gotten destroyed. Because as much as we can say defensively, he is not in that great position. Boots Ennis would have put him in an even worse position than what we saw with Devin Haney. Absolute boxing and fighting. It would have been worse. And yeah, he would have knocked him out. Without a doubt, he would have knocked him out. Boots versus Josh Kelly are in serious negotiations for a Philly fight later this year. Hey, if that's the case, great. I love it. I love it. I want to see if we can't get Fundora, and if Ortiz is still tied up with Golden Boy, do not rest on getting the belts. Don't rest on getting the opportunity to take out all these other fighters. This is opportunity. This is a chance for you to become fully the unrivaled number one dude in boxing. Not because you have all the belts, but you have the majority. Now you're unified with 3 of the 4 if you go and fought Josh Kelly. You got more gold than anybody else, and you taking it in the ring. It would be hard pressed for anybody to at that point to really go and say, hey, yeah, you're not built like that. In terms of you shouldn't be seen as a pedestal of great fighter and at the top of this division. Just like we had with Fundora. I think he will be deserved. He will be deserved. So I want to see that. I hope that's the case. Because if we don't get Fundora next, if we don't get Ortiz down the line, doggone right, take this fight. Make it happen. Make it happen. Let me see. For Boots to be top 3, he has to unify and beat Janabek Adams or Lara. In all honesty, if Boots Ennis went undisputed or beat both Ortiz and Fundora, with the current rankings by the ring being top 5, I would say that would give Boots Ennis, that would give Boots a real claim to at least be above the activity Devin Haney, or at least with activity Devin Haney. You want to put him above Junto and Bivol? That's fair. I can't put him above Bam. And what we just saw David Benavidez do, I can't put him above that. And the win with Shakur over Tio is still a vastly greater win than anybody that we've seen in his face-off against, with the accolades that he's already garnered also. I can't put him above him. And Usyk anyway, even with Usyk, all the drama involving him, that resume is still Usyk. But in terms of getting to 6, that's fair. If he goes and cleans house, I can see him getting to 6 or 5. If we really want to push it, I can see him getting there. I can't. That is not a bad assumption or a bad position to have if he goes and cleans house in this division. He could do it. But to get to top 3, yeah, Janabek, Lara, essentially dominate 154 and then run up to 160 and get a title. If he beats Lara, even better for the first one. Janabek, I don't know whether he's going to come back or not at 160 due to the whole PED situation. That's a whole other can of worms. But yeah, if he does that, now we can get into top 5 and above conversations definitively, if he's able to go and accomplish that. Let me keep on reading your thoughts and response. Unify in 2 categories, bro. Unified or unified? Excuse me. He is unified in two divisions. Unified at 147 and at 154. However, one of the belts was just like with Tank. He was given one of the titles. I'm not holding that against him. But the best win with him being a reigning champion was Stanionis. That, and now Zayas, the unifications are great, but it's also the names, again, pound for pound, how good you are, how active you fight, who you beat, the accolades that you gain, and how dominant you are compared to everybody else that you face. Those are my 5 criteria. And while the accolades, they're gearing up now, the names are right in front of him to match, to meet that threshold for me. But right now, he's still just there. Or he's still just outside there. But he can get there. He can get there quick, without a doubt. Bebo was undisputed with the better resume. Yes, he was. Nakatani 3 division plus unified in ring, beat a couple champions. Also, absolutely, that's why he's ranked so highly. Fundora isn't going to make himself small like Xander. No, he's not. He's going to fight tall. He's going to be there to get hit, potentially if he closes the gap. But that inside work is going to be so damaging. That inside work of Sebastian Fundora, the uppercuts and the ability at 6'5" to be one of the best in-fighters in this division, that is going to give Boots a world of trouble. Or at least on paper. It looks like that can give Boots a world of problem. He can go through and still hurt Fundora, be offensively great against Fundora. It's just when he gets there, he's not going to be in a sitting duck position where, yeah, I took away your range. That's the best part of your game. Now there's nothing you can do. The range of Fundora has never been the best part of his game. It has always been the inside work. When you are shoulder to shoulder with Fundora, is when Fundora has been able to break faces, cut people up, bludgeon people, and knock people out. That's where he operates best than any other position in his career. That's how he got to be so destructive and get to this stage in boxing. Because as a fighter that's so tall, you don't have the advantage often to almost every time once you do close that distance. Because I've activated my trap card. This is where I reside. This is where I'm the best at. I am in an environmental advantage. If you come and try to fight me in my wheelhouse on the inside, this is why we in a war now. Timing uppercuts, landing short hooks, gaining leverage to still go and throw shots at the body, landing with a free hand. You got to punch up while I'm punching up with my fist to your chin. Yo, this is where I reside. I'm sipping tea on the porch right now. I'm comfortable. I'm cool. It's a nice breezy day once you get in this abode. What for you seems like a swamp is for me an oasis. Because there's so many limbs and angles and elbows and all this body parts. It's like a tree. But for him, when you think you're in a swamp, it's like, I'm just fine. That's going to be tough. Even with everything that we said about Boots now. For Boots to be able to overcome. It's possible. But I'm going to tell you this. Life's not sweet when it comes to Fundora versus Boots. It ain't sweet. It ain't going to be sweet. Because the parameters are different of where you need to land and how you can land. And the vulnerabilities, they're a whole lot different. And again, Fundora is a better inside fighter than Xander Zayas. And they were in the pocket with each other the majority of this fight. Mid-range or close range, they were in the distance of hooks and uppercuts and body shots were the main course of what Zayas wanted to throw. Fundora is better at him on the inside than Zayas at those same tactics, especially when it comes to headhunting. So it ain't going to be sweet. It's winnable. It ain't going to be sweet at all. I promise you that it ain't going to be sweet at all. Not at all. Let me see. You comparing Devin Haney and Norman, saying Boots will KO Norman, but with Adams and Ortiz, we can use Boachuk to say who's better. Oh, okay. So it sounds like there's a little bit of hypocrisy there on my end. Okay, let's clear it up. Or Adams beating Boachuk again. Just like I said with triangle theory, doesn't make him better than Ortiz. And I said you can't compare it. You can't necessarily use that when it comes to Ortiz because even after we saw Adams beat Boachuk twice, the public sentiment, mine as well, was still Ortiz is vastly better. Even after those wins, especially what we saw with Erickson Lubin. Let me rephrase this connotation then to make sure that we're not using this against it. Or we're trying to keep everything as even playing field and as consistent as possible. The reason why I said Ortiz versus Boots would be a better fight than Adams versus Boots was because what we showed in the evolution of them fighting, and the last time we saw them out, I said Ortiz still think he's vastly better. Brian Norman versus Boots. At that point in time, he was the boogeyman at 147. Still knocking people out, putting people to sleep, all that stuff. Everybody was saying this man, yeah, we want to see them meet. We want to see them clash. We want to see power puncher versus power puncher face off against each other. Now, back then, Boots, I think, would have beaten Brian Norman. I wish they had fought him, but still, I think he would have beat him back then. What we saw him do in this fight was what I thought would happen if he fought Brian Norman back then in that fight. But again, we didn't get to see it. And so because we didn't get to see it, it's not really fair to say. Understandable. But when we're trying to say skill for skill, there is a stark difference in the comparative skill that we have seen Ortiz garner that I can say more confidently he's got a better shot at beating Boots than anybody in my position, than Adams or Fundor, or anybody for that matter. If Adams was as good as that, I would have also said, hey, I would love to see Adams in this fight because it's an interesting dynamic. Adams is a good fighter. Like I said, it would not be easy. But I'm way more confident that if he did fight against him and I had to pick who could win between the two, I'm picking Boots to beat Adams 10 times out of 10. I can pick Ortiz to get the upset on what would be seen as an upset now for many people against Boots Ennis. Way more likely. Because that's just a straight fighter. What they are and what they can do. What they can take advantage of against Boots Ennis. Ortiz, I think, is drastically better. I think, again, if you don't agree, perfectly fine. But I think that's fair. But let me see. Ortiz is not better than a pocket fighter than Adams or Fundor. I can't say that. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. He's a better. Well, hold on. No. Yeah, I'm going back and thinking about how they fight. No, Ortiz is a better inside fighter than Adams. If you want to say him and Fundor are comparable, fine. But Adams against Ortiz on the inside, Ortiz is way more destructive. Ortiz is way sharper. Ortiz has better timing. Ortiz has better punch selection. And Ortiz is more destructive. So if it doesn't take as many shots as we saw with Erickson Lubin to go and put you out. And he will also be better at cutting off the ring against movers like we saw against Madrimov. I don't think Adams would have been able to do what we saw Ortiz do against Madrimov, being able to box him into a fight. I don't think we would have been able to do that in the same level of successfulness. And it only takes one. And to get that one, he can make his own openings better than what I've seen Adams been able to do. Even with Adams being able to, again, knock out Boachuk twice. He might just be made for Boachuk absolutely to beat him. They're great wins. Don't get me wrong. This is not detracting from his skill, but I'm telling you this right now. Ortiz, that's a different animal. That's a different animal. Especially when it comes to inside fighting. In range where Zayas was having success, Ortiz would be, that's why that fight's so up there. That's why it's so anticipated. That's what I want to see. Now, granted, I would love it if we got that fight so we can have these questions answered. I would love it to get this fight so we can have these opportunities to say, hey, yeah, he's like that. If anything, if Ortiz than anybody else, if he did go and say, oh, I'm going to fight Adams, good fighter, ranked in the top 10, I'm going to go through. If Fundora gets locked up, if Boots gets locked up, if Josh Kelly gets locked up, okay, well, that's a fight I would love to see. But I just don't think that he's, in terms of strictly as an inside fighter, I just don't, and as a fighter as a whole, I don't think Adams is on that level. Even though Adams is a great, is a fighter that I've never had anything to go against, because he's phenomenal. He really is. Let me see. Ortiz punches short and tight. Yes, he does. Absolutely. So in exchange, he's able to land clean shots, and he's able to make his own openings, like you saw against Lubin, like you saw against Madrimov. He's got better setups for different stuff. He's got more tricks to the trade to land thudding shots without just needing to go, oh, I got power and I got snap. Ortiz will bring your guard down and hook on you. He'll bring your guard down and then hook to the body instead of going to the head. Fake you out with a fake. Or rather, a fake within a fake. A ruse within a ruse, per se. He's able to also be incredibly patient. Can use his straight punches, not just his hooks, to go and lead you into something while still keeping the pace up. He's a fighter that he is aggressive, but he won't just overly be reckless. And if it does come down to a brawl, where we've seen it before, the brother's right is right. He's right is right. Let me see. Pull up Ortiz stopping Lubin and Adams stopping Bolger. Now, granted, I got to be careful with that, because I don't know if I got the rights to use some of that footage. Some of these other YouTubers, they got the ability to. I'm still getting used to this copyright stuff. So I can't necessarily look up, pull it up on stream, and have y'all watch it. This is Twitch. A little bit different. I got to make sure I still got to, last time I pulled up some footage, I got copyright struck. And so I got to be a little bit mindful. I got to be a little bit careful. I gotta be a little bit careful of how I do some of those things when pulling up a in-fight video. But absolutely going back, like I said, we'll have more time to talk about this in the weeks to come, because this is gonna be a overarching topic. Who can beat Boots? Who's the best person? And who's real and who's fake? When we're looking at this contingency of personnel to fight for the undisputed titles, and who deserves to be on this pedestal. We're going to have more conversation about this, and I'll be able to look it up on stream, excuse me. I gotta play it safe for the copyright. I gotta play it safe. If it ain't cropped in a certain way off of Twitter, I get copyright struck, and they saying up, can't use that. So I ain't got no, I got copyright warnings. So I got to be careful for my own channel. I got to be careful. But I'll go back and pull it up after this stream and look at it, because I am interested. Because I remember the fight with Virgil Ortiz and Lubin just incredibly well. And I remember Adams stopping Boachuk. Boachuk got caught on the ropes, and Adams, what was it? I think it was a hook that he landed. I think. And Boachuk, he got slumped, and then went more slumped, and then went out completely. The Adams was jumping around celebrating, and then we got to see Boachuk get knocked out full. And so it was, my gosh, violent knockout. That was what it was. And some people say that was just a one-time thing. Then the next fight he went on, he outboxed him fully. Legit outboxed Boachuk straight on. Completely. I don't think Boachuk won more than like a round or two, maybe three. And it showed that wasn't a fluke. But Adams is just that good. But in the whole, I just think Ortiz for me, I just think he's a better fighter. Let me see. He catches and shoots. Oh, yeah, I forgot. He also implements a little bit of that Canelo sentiment of catch and shoot with the ability to shoot off hooks incredibly quick. He's able to go up. If you touch the guard, that's a quick trigger. Next thing you know, now I'm landing with something big. And now I'm being able to push back on that momentum. Let me see. Everything by John. What's going on with you? We appreciate you on the show, and thank you for showing up on the live stream. We appreciate you all so much for tuning in with us, and we want to see what you have to say as we're talking with Boost Ennis. Has his era begun in the world of boxing? His rankings in pound for pound in both 154 and the whole of boxing. Do you think he's pound for pound top 10? Do you not? All of your reaction to the fight. We want to hear from you in all regards as we're discussing on this show today. Fundora just ducked Boost today. What do you think? Okay, shoot, this is the third time. Okay, hold on a minute. Let me look up this report. Let me try to find this report and article to see if he is actually ducking him. So you're the third person that I've seen today that has said that Ortiz or that Fundora is not looking to fight Boost Ennis, contradicting what Mike Coppinger said, that that they were in talks to potentially have something go down with each other. Hold on a minute. I'm looking this up. We're gonna find this out. We're going to find this out because I'm thinking that this is at least starting to be what's coming next. Now we got people saying it's not happening because this is what we saw from the ring specifically. I'll pull it up back here for you all to witness and see there we go. This is the latest thing that we saw. He's getting ready to fight Fundora, or at least he's in talk to start fighting Fundora. That's what I got from Coppinger starting off this show. And so I haven't seen anything yet, so I'm trying to figure it out. So somebody, I'm looking for links to see if he's actually ducking him or not. Before I can even say if it is or isn't a duck, somebody please tell me. Or give me link an article inside the chat. If Fundora is ducking him to only fight PBC fighters, as is now picking up some steam and the rumor mill, that is a problem on Fundora. Because Keith Thurman, I have no problem with the win. I have no problem with them beating him. But now, as a champion, this is the fight that not only you should have, but this is the test that we've been wanting to see from you. That is, it's now time to put up or shut up. Keith Thurman was old. As much as it was a showing of your better skills that you've garnered with your jab, he was old. And we need to see you fight somebody young, spry, and in the moment, ready to go and take on the world. I don't want to see Fundora duck if this is true. This is the problem. It is a problem. Be clear. It's a big problem. If he is ducking, unless he's going after Ortiz or somebody else that is a big-time player, or moving up to say, oh, I'm fighting at 160 now. I'll never get somebody going and taking a challenge trying to fight at a bigger stage of weight class. However, doesn't change the fact that this is the fight that we're saying this should happen, and it's all on the table, and it makes all the sense in the world, and this is exactly what we've been asking you to do. Make it happen. Take it. Take that chance, take that opportunity. Don't let this pass you by. Please, do not let this pass you by. Because if you do, I'm going to be hot. I'm going to be hot, as will so many other people. As will so many other people. Let me see. Abdullah Mason is fighting Albert Bell this week. He is on TNT. I'm excited to have that fight go down. That's a fight that's going to be on the, essentially retrospectively, this will be his second main event that we would have for his career, headlining a card, this time on regular cable television, and what should be a dynamite performance against a fighter that is somewhat familiar with Abdullah Mason, because he's been in the ring with him before in sparring, but he's also only got 8 knockouts, and I think it's 28 fights. So it's going to be most likely a power versus speed type of dynamic. And Abdullah Mason got speed and power. So you're most likely going to see Abdullah Mason have the capacity to go and really shut the lights out of Albert Bell in a very entertaining display that hopefully you should be able to catch, again, on TNT for free, or not free, but on cable television, which boxing should have been there a long time ago. But I digress. I'm excited to see it. Sanchez versus Mosley heavyweight bout just announced. Oh, yes. That is true. Let me actually pull that up because that is something that's actually going down. Because per the WBC, because Usyk has relinquished all of his titles, that is the thing that we do need to discuss as we're talking through the rest of the boxing world. We now got in championship fight, and I told y'all sooner rather than later we were going to get Atalma getting a shot at the title, and I said in a year or two it was going to go down, and now lo and behold, we got ourselves a championship fight between Moses Atalma versus Frank Sanchez for the vacant IBF championship, in a fight that now this is the step that people have been asking for Moses to get into, and it's for a belt that people have been saying is going to come eventually. And Frank Sanchez, crazy enough, was a fighter that I was saying would be a phenomenal next step into his development, his rise to stardom, and his track record of how he's going through his career. This is perfect. This literally lines up with exactly what I wanted to see. And this is a phenomenal fight. It's incredible. It's incredible. It's incredible. It's incredible. This is exactly where Moses Atalma should be at this stage in his career. And without a doubt. Without a doubt. And even if you have doubts, he's been passing them with flying colors. And now, we just saw Frank Sanchez end the rise of somebody in Richard Torres, who everybody was saying Moses Atalma and Torres, they were neck and neck with each other. I told y'all that was a bold-faced lie, that Torres was nowhere close to as good as Moses Atalma, and now you saw that result. Hey, I don't believe Atalma would have gotten caught and knocked out in the same way, putting himself in that much of a dangerous situation. He's a smarter fighter. He's a faster fighter. He is a better IQ-driven fighter as much as he is a destroyer. Now we're going to put that to the test as he's going up against a Steele while he's older. Dangerous. And still, I believe it's within the top 10 of the boxing world in pound-for-pound rankings. He's going to be in a position to really put up or shut up. And I do mean put up or shut up in the best way possible. Because here's the thing with Moses. If he beats Frank Sanchez and he gets one title, most likely he's getting them all. Most likely he's getting, if he beats Sanchez here, most likely he's beating the rest of the heavyweight division. We're about to see the start of one of the youngest potential undisputed champions that we've seen in boxing history. I'm serious. I'm serious. Also, we got more people in the chat, like with Freeze Tip. How you doing? Salute to you. Thanks for showing up and showing out on the stream. Hopefully, you're leaving a like on the stream, and hopefully, you're sharing the show. Every like helps to push this show out to the masses all across the globe. And every time you go and share the show, it brings one more eye into the conversation and into the ears, or not ears, excuse me. It brings our voice and our show into the eyes and ears of people all across the globe. So please, any of those situations, liking and streaming, can help us out so immensely. But we appreciate you here, and we're glad you are enjoying the chat. But he was supposed to fight Hergovich. You're absolutely right. In terms of Rhoda, he was supposed to fight Hergovich. And I was saying that was an even bigger step up than what I saw with Frank Sanchez, because Philip Hergovich was a concretely situated top 10 level heavyweight. That was a fight that people were saying, all right, now, we getting into a big-time territory. That was about to be insanely interesting. But this now is an opportunity that Atalma's been waiting on. He's been wanting a championship sooner rather than later. He's been ranked number one, I believe, in the IBF and WBO for at least roughly a year now, if I have my rankings correctly. And with Usyk dropping the titles, this kind of expedited that process to make stuff shake for him to get a position for a title. And this is exactly what the fans wanted. Give the face, or give one of the future faces of the heavyweight division a chance to go and claim that throne early. Everybody that's been around Atalma has been pushing Atalma to get to this point. Everybody around Moses Atalma has been egging Atalma to become a champion as quickly as possible. Everybody around Itama has seen Itama as the future of this division. And this will no doubt be one of the, not one of, the biggest tests currently right now. Without question. But this is a test that I do believe he cannot just win, but win in dominant fashion, like he's done against everybody else. I do believe it. I do believe it. I do believe it. And if he does beat Frank Sanchez, mind you, this could have been Richard Torres if Richard Torres had won. But again, got knocked out. If he does beat Frank Sanchez, the only real people that could beat him that I could see would probably be, because Usyk about to be gone. Tyson Fury said he ain't going to fight Itama at all. He already said that blatantly in his own interviews. I'm not messing with that cat. So it would most likely be Daniel Dubois. That would be the biggest concerted test, him or Anthony Joshua. If we're gonna think about Anthony Joshua returning in his career and having a last hurrah of getting to a championship opportunity, under the tutelage of Usyk, teaching under the style of Usyk, maybe he turns into a better fighter, better well-rounded, and now everybody's able to say, AJ's back. Oh my gosh, he's back, and he might be better than ever, or as good as we've seen him. That's a big if, but it could happen. If that does happen, then it's gonna be AJ. And if it's not AJ, Ajay Kabayel. Those are the three biggest names that we could see taking place on the risk factor of Moses Itama taking this fight and winning and becoming the face of this division. If anybody's going to stop him, if he beats Frank Sanchez, it'll probably be those three. Because Wilder, no matter how long he stays around, he's not beating Moses. We can put that to bed. Derek Chisora, he's now G'ing up, saying that he wants to get another fight. He's not going to take that fight. Or he's not going to be able to beat him at all. Hrgovic. If Frank Sanchez is able to get knocked out by Moses Talma, Hrgovic is definitely going to get knocked out, in my opinion. And it's going to be a clean slate. He's going to have the opportunity to run through this whole sect of division, without a doubt. And the biggest thing you need to understand, in 2 years, I've made predictions that Benavidez is eventually going to get up to heavyweight. I said in 2 years. Cruiserweight was the starter. It might have expedited a little bit with him getting up to cruiserweight, and if he's feeling comfortable, he may just go there sooner rather than later. But it is in the vicinity that heavyweight is not too far behind for Benavidez to get to. This could be a fight that actually translates to happen. With all possibilities seeming illogical, it is indeed possible. We could get a fight that has Benavidez versus Itama for the IBF or potentially the unified heavyweight championship down the line. It'd be dope if it happens, but my gosh, I would love it. I would appreciate it. I'd be so excited for it. Let me see. Moses versus Tyson. Who wins? See, I'm Tyson Fury right now has declined immensely. Tyson Fury right now has declined incredibly with his talent and ability. Tyson Fury right now has been in a, I don't want to say free fall. And also, we'll be clear, we're in the championship rounds, by the way. I forgot to say that. We were switching gears. We are in the championship rounds. So for anybody who wants to ask anything in the framework of boxing or beyond, We want to hear from you. I want to hear from you. And I want to see what you had to say. And this is your chance to go for the last 30 minutes to an hour of this show to ask and say whatever you want about the whole of boxing, the NBA, NFL, or anything else under the sun in regards to the sports world and questions that you may have. We want to be here to answer them all. We want to be here to hear your thoughts and opinions. And we want to be here to have you enjoy the rest of this show. So absolutely, we in the championship rounds. So let's get it popping, shall we? It's time for us to do what we do. And it's time for us to have a great show. Or a great last half of this show. But to answer this question with the Tyson versus Fury, Tyson Fury has declined. Tyson Fury has declined immensely in the world of boxing. Even with this fight that we saw with Makhmudov that was on Netflix, Tyson Fury is really no longer the same guy that we saw. He is beatable, but he's still able to beat most people in the heavyweight division. Without a doubt. I have no issue saying that. There's no qualms in saying that, because that's the truth. But what is also the truth, him stating, I don't want no part of Moses Atama, clearly shows there's a level of vulnerability that he sees in Atama he does not want to mess with at this stage in his career. I've never seen Tyson Fury lack the level of confidence against anybody, even if it was against Usyk, even after a loss against Usyk. He never lacked confidence against anybody. I've never heard him say outright, I don't want no problems with that. At least to my knowledge. Because of that, it might be fair to say, with respect to him and his resume, I can say that he currently is better. But if they ever did fight against each other, with how Atama's fighting and how I can see him continuing to evolve by the time that fight would actually happen, I might pick Atama to win. I might pick Atama to win that fight. I really would. Because at that stage, the biggest thing about Tyson Fury, one, he could get hurt because Atama would have the power. If Usyk can catch you, Atama can catch you. He would be at a disadvantage, or rather two, he would be at a disadvantage with the greatest skill that he has. His footwork. That's what makes Tyson Fury so elite. His feet at 6'6" or whatever. If we see that Moses Atama, who has looked to be a very good boxer and mover, as well as a destructive puncher and aggressor, we see that all of a sudden Tyson Fury does not have the best feet again in a fight. Well, that's the best way that he's been able to succeed against other opponents. That's a whole chunk of his game that he doesn't have access to be able to use in his favor. That turns into now, you got to go war of attrition, wear down your opponent, which he's done. The Kronk style of boxing, which I have no problem with, but it would turn into you're putting yourself in positions that Atama would be favored in. Because now you're in his vulnerability and you don't have the same reaction times. You don't have the same dexterity or fluidity in getting away from stuff. You can still eat shots, no question. And you still know what to do, but now you're going against somebody that those same notions of you know what to do, you got to do them quicker than what your body is allowing at this stage in your career. And it could be a real danger, I'd be concerned. I'd be majorly concerned if a Fury fought against Atama. And I might just pick Atama to get an upset in that fight. Because most likely Tyson Fury would be even more declined than he is at this current stage right now in his boxing tenure. And I think he'd be in trouble. I really would think he'd be in trouble. But that's if he can beat Frank Sanchez. All of this relies on Atama still living up to the expectations that I think he should have. And he beats Frank Sanchez in the way that I think he can and should beat him. Though Frank Sanchez is still a good heavyweight. If he does that, sky's the limit. If not, well, we address it accordingly, without a doubt. But let me see. Al Booger, as we're in the championship rounds, talking about the rest of the sports world, not just the boxing landscape, Giannis to the Heat That's a shocker to everybody. It did. Nobody thought that he would actually leave to go for anywhere else other than Milwaukee. Now he's actually done it, and he bit the bullet. Now he's paired with Bam Adebayo. And now the sweepstakes just got even more interesting because, yeah, it won't be enough to beat the Knicks, and Knicks can still repeat and get out East and get to the finals. But now LeBron is out of the Lakers and is no longer a part of the purple and gold. And everybody's looking and saying, oh my, wait a minute. This is a movie that we thought would never end from the perspective of the Los Angeles Lakers having LeBron on their team. And now the biggest free agent is legitimately a free agent. And he is on the cusp to sign with anybody in the globe because now he is guaranteed to be on another team without a doubt. As LeBron James has told the LA Lakers, he is going to pursue free agency. And he said he's going to go where he's going to be happy. And money is not an object this time. That would insinuate he is going to give the next team that he signs with a discount, the likes of which he didn't even give LA. Mind you, he did give LA a discount on his contract when he did re-sign with them, thinking that they were going to go and sign other big key pieces like a better center than DeAndre Ayton and some better rotational pieces that would be able to stay with this team. Lakers didn't do that. Rob Pelinka didn't do that. The GMs as a whole, they got Luka. And then after Luka, they clearly showed they were building around Luka and not with Luka and LeBron still trying to get a championship window. So LeBron said, hey, thank you for your services. I'm going to go somewhere else. Now this somewhere else could legitimately get a huge, I'm talking about $20+ million discount on the money that he can garner. Now that he said he is indeed just worried about getting a title, publicly saying he wants to just get a title and get himself where he can feel content, appreciated, and wanted, and enjoyed at whatever establishment. That means that Miami could be an actual option. This brother could return back to he could return back to Heat Nation one more time and do a big three with them. That's on the table. He could go and pair with the likes of, honestly, a whole cacophony of people. Portland, though it may seem illogical, Portland just signed Ja Morant with Damian Lillard. Maybe they want to have LeBron go back up there. They might make a move. You could see even the Warriors pairing with Steph Curry, who they actually, reportedly, they want to pair Steph Curry with LeBron and Anthony Davis and get a big three with trading Jimmy Butler as the most likely package of what they can do to make room and space for LeBron on that team. That's on the table. There's a whole world of conversations that can take place in a whole new landscape of opportunity, all because LeBron said, I'm done in LA. It's scary. It's horrific. It's intense. We haven't had this type of buzz in the NBA free agency since, well, not just with Giannis, but year over year, but since the world of Kevin Durant when he went and became a free agent from OKC. We remember that in June. Don't we remember that in June? Let's take a memory lane trip. With June or July in 2016. Kevin Durant was going to leave OKC. Nobody knew where he was going to go, and all of a sudden he paired with a powerhouse that didn't need him. Directly after the Warriors lost the title, he went and signed with the Warriors. Subsequently, after he blew a 3-1 lead with his own team in OKC against the Warriors in that same year. We're in a new cycle where LeBron, even at 41 years old, the oldest player in the NBA outright, who is going to be, I believe, 42 by the time this next season ends. Or, excuse me, I'm sorry, it might be 43 actually, by the time this next season starts. He is still one of the 10 best players in the world that can make a difference for any team in the league. Specifically, a team that nobody wants to see him go to, but could actually take place. It could be that he signs with the likes of the Spurs. That's a place that could happen. Yeah. Imagine a world where the Spurs, off of the backs of just getting to the finals, needing a closer when they didn't have one, when they got beat by Jalen Brunson, all of a sudden now, you pick up LeBron James on a potential $15 million deal because he's willing to take that. And he goes through and pairs with Giannis Antetokounmpo, Dylan Harper, Vassell, and that entirety of bench that is legit, deep, and incredibly talented on different fronts of defense and offense, and all of them got youth and a future to build to and a championship window right now, and they got an organization that you can say what you want about them as being boring for over 20 years when they were winning championships, but they were winning championships being boring. And I promise you, with Popovich still as the essentially the liaison, while he's not coaching, still vastly in control of what the environment of the Spurs are going to be, I guarantee you LeBron will be just happy playing with one of the greatest minds and one of the greatest talents and one of the greatest depths of cores that we can see in the NBA right now. And that's on the table to happen. You talking about this on the table to happen. Let me see. Love King, LeBron leaving the Lakers LeBron leaving the Lakers, is he better fit for Miami or Golden State? So he would be a better fit for, that's actually a good question. If he paired with Golden State, who would they keep? Because if you took a chance on Miami, it would be Giannis, Bam Adebayo, LeBron, center, power forward, small forward, straight up, mismatches everywhere. But then you would have to get shooting and fill out that deck with some bench. If they're willing to do it, Miami could get a whole bunch of players if LeBron gives that discount to them and he goes and signs with Miami. Because then, let's say he takes 15 million, 20 million, legitimately. They got cap space to sign a whole bunch of other people and fill out that roster and still have the tower of power on defense and a transition three-headed monster nobody would want to see. And LeBron's always wanted a great big man. And he plays great with a great big man. He won 67 games with Shaq. Only reason why, there's an argument, the only reason why they didn't get to the finals and beat Orlando was because Shaq got hurt in the playoffs and he couldn't play. But even though Shaq was over the hill, he was still putting up 18 and 7? I believe that season. Every big that he's had has been good. Chris Bosh at a stretch 4, good. Kevin Love at a stretch 4, good. Bam and Giannis would be perfect. Anthony Davis at a stretch 4 and turning into a 5. Won a title. You just need, he would be great with them. If he goes to the Warriors, though, that would be the Olympics all over again. Just them two. Let alone if Anthony Davis is able to come in and be a part of that whole cycle of trade. Let alone if that also takes place. Because if he's able to get LeBron and AD, who reportedly the Wizards are saying they don't want to trade him, but it's the Wizards. We know they've made dumb moves before. They can go and trade him still. They can. They absolutely can. It is not out of question because this is the Wizards, a poverty franchise that has been waiting to get good, and they're now in position to. But they can blow it up at any point in time because they're unpredictable in every regard. But if they get Steph and LeBron, that would be a better version of Kyrie Irving and LeBron in Cleveland. It would. Yes, they're older, but Steph, as at that one point in time, the best PG in the game, and right now still top 3-point guard in the game, still the best shooter in the game. Now you pair him with LeBron. Who you gonna put the gravity on? Who's double teams left, right, and center are going to be coming everybody's way. And if you don't, well, guess what? You double Steph like everybody always does. You leave LeBron on an island. And one-on-one LeBron is one of the most unguardable players that we've ever seen in basketball history. And the best place that we've seen LeBron be able to operate and dominate have been either with a dominant big or with a roster of shooters. And if my stuff is right, I'm about to look up on ESPN, looking up the roster of the Golden State Warriors right now. They got Kristaps Porzingis, They have Jimmy Butler currently. They might trade him, but they have him. Steph Curry. I think they still have Buddy Hield on their team. And Brandon, is it Pajemski? Brandon Pajemski, I believe, who was supposed to be one of their it guys running the table to be able to fill out the position, not as a replacement for Steph, but as an additive to take the load off of Steph's game. I believe they still have him. Yeah, here it is. If he was to go there as is, this is what the roster would look like. If he went to the Golden State Warriors as is, currently slated right now, this is what the roster would look like. Currently slated right now. Steph Curry, Brandon Podziemski, Draymond Green, who, again, is opting out of his contract. So he's probably going to either be willing to take less money or sign with other places elsewhere. Most likely, what reports are saying, he's going to be taking less money or willing to take less money. So if he stays, it's Steph, Brandon, Draymond, Kristaps, and LeBron at the 4. With Al Horford on the bench, Gary Payton III, who can be a defensive guy, and then not great bench pieces at the end, but still pieces nonetheless that you can probably trade away and with the discount be able to sign some better free agents that are still looking to go and get places to play somewhere. To be clear, there's still a bunch of free agents that are available right now. This team, with a filled out roster due to the extra money, could be next year incredibly dangerous. I guarantee you LeBron will be happy. He's already familiar with Steve Kerr as a coach because he trained in the Olympics. He said he wanted to play with Steph for a number of years. This would be perfect. This would be perfect. If we play with him, and also I think I zoomed in too much, so y'all couldn't see the screen. But this would be absolutely perfect if this is what took place as a potential roster that LeBron will be a part of on Golden State. I would say for an identity perspective, the Warriors would be a better fit for the passing dynamic that we know LeBron is. But for straight up physicality and making three-headed monsters of unguardable nature and having a back line of defense you can rely on, that Miami team would be insane. But again, better than all of that would be, in fact, the Spurs. Better than all of them would be the Spurs. Better than any other team that you could see LeBron go to would be the Spurs. And be clear, LeBron James to San Antonio would be insane. Get Fox out of it. Yes, get Fox gone. Please, trade that Butler for a bag of onions, and if you can get LeBron, take it, rip off his contract, void his contract. Be in breach of contract if you need to. Get his butt out of there. If you mean you can have LeBron at potentially the point guard if you so chose. And you'll be just fine. He definitely ain't going to make the mistakes that we saw Fox did. If that was Fox in the finals, or if that was LeBron in the finals with the Spurs instead of Fox, I guarantee you this series would have probably gone to 7. Those last couple games that they were in position to win, when they were up by 20, they would have won. Without a doubt. All this Knicks stuff could have been the year of the alien is here. If Fox was not such a decrepit, problematic stain on this team with how we play as the leader. If you can get him going, without a doubt. He got to go somewhere that's going to welcome his son in a deal. Well, crazy enough, his son's not coming with him. His son's not coming with him because for those that are not known, Bronny James has signed a 2-year, Bronny James, his contract's not fully guaranteed. So that means that his contract is staying with LA and he's not leaving. And so he's not coming wherever LeBron goes. He's not coming wherever LeBron goes. He's going straight to wherever he wants. So it's going to be LeBron without Bronny, making moves and doing whatever he so chooses. And so now he's not tied down. So it can be, this is why I'm saying that this tether of, I'm not going to say tether. Bronny was initially a big part of why LeBron wanted to stay in LA. But now that he's guaranteed to get the money, LeBron made the decision to leave after this deal got made that he was guaranteed that he's going to stay with LA. So that connection to keep him there is no longer there. He's going out on his own doing whatever he wants with whoever. Best offer, best position, best ability to win is going to be the thing. And most likely it's going to be he wants to win a championship. It could be Boston. With how much they've been talking about Jaylen Brown might be gone, and they might want to and they want to get stuff done, and he may not be happy. They're building around Jason Tatum and all this stuff. Dare I say LeBron hates Boston, but if you want to win, who wouldn't want to go there? If you want to win, that's a feasible option. There are places that we thought would never be impossible. Shoot, the Knicks at this point might actually be possible. The Knicks might actually be possible. Let me see. Does LeBron make those around him better? The answer is no. No. That's not true. That's not true. I think we put that to bed years ago. Years ago. Without Luka, LeBron outplayed Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the MVP, in the playoffs. Yeah, they got beat because their team was better. But SGA played one of the worst series he'd ever played in his entire career. Guarded by and played against by LeBron. And LeBron outplayed him. And when the Houston Rockets were supposed to beat them without Luka there, Houston was supposed to sweep LeBron and the Lakers. Don't forget. Nobody gave a lick of hope that the Lakers would be able to win without Luka on that team and being able to play because he got injured. And LeBron swept him. Or genuine swept him. One of the two. He makes them better. He does. And any of these teams, he will make them better. LeBron and the Spurs, that's the next champions. Yeah, it will be the next champions. And most likely, if they're definitely beating OKC if they got LeBron on that team. If they were able to sign him. If they were able to get him. They're beating him. They're beating everybody out west. They're beating the Nuggets. They're beating the Houston. They're beating LA. They're beating Golden State. They're beating Cleveland. They're beating the Knicks if LeBron went there, without a doubt. I even forgot to bring up the other place that we could see LeBron go would be the Cleveland. Cleveland. I was going to talk to him going to the Knicks. It's possible. But Cleveland, he could go and play with Cleveland. He could go end this career back at the land where it started. Literally in the land. More importantly, with a Donovan Mitchell, with an Evan Mobley, and I believe Jarrett Allen is still on that team, if I'm not mistaken. Let me make sure that he hasn't been traded away. Okay, so yeah, he's still on Cleveland as we speak right now. So with Jarrett Allen, Evan Mobley, Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, LeBron James, that would be your starting five. The defensive twin towers and lob threats. James Harden, Donovan Mitchell being able to carry the offensive load and shoot. And LeBron, if he wanted to, just being a facilitator or just straight up being a cutter. Because he's shown he can play off ball with Luka and it works out flawlessly. He's shown he can play off of Austin Reeves and it's flawless. There's no position or style that LeBron can't play that wouldn't work. And on Cleveland, he would still be able to be successful wherever he would go. Without a doubt. And Cleveland is in that vicinity of if I went there, hey, I could make a difference. I could make a real difference. Now, if they lose Max Strus, if they lose Dean Wade, and a couple people with that, we might be a little problematic. But on the whole, that would not be a bad team to go to. Not at all. Not at all. Let me see. Like I said, again, we'll talk about this because we're in the championship rounds. We cover boxing for about 2 hours. Over 2 hours, actually. So we're just now in the championship rounds, letting people talk about whatever they want in regards to the world of the boxing, basketball, and beyond. So please get your thoughts together. Get your questions in place. We want to hear from you at all times for all facets in regards to everything that you want to talk about. And please, if you're enjoying the show, keep on liking the stream, keep on sharing, and keep on responding and chatting. We want to hear from you. Let me see, if LeBron leaves Bronny getting cut, he might. He might. But he's still getting his money. That's the thing here. He's still getting his money. Let me see. We know LeBron puts up numbers. My question is, does he make those around him better? You want LeBron to score? No, I want him to facilitate. Be clear. Understand. If he went and played with the Spurs and played as their point guard, he would most likely lead the league in assists like he did in LA. If he played with Cleveland and was in charge of just passing, straight up passing, he will probably average 8 assists a game. If he needed to be a third option and just keep the offense flowing, he could do that. LeBron James has been routinely said. You know what? Iman Shumpert said it best. I was a Carmelo guy. And this is quoting him. Iman Shumpert said, I was a Carmelo guy. I played with Carmelo. I love Carmelo. He was my dude. He was my guy. Every time somebody says something about LeBron, I always went against it because I was like, Carmelo's better. This, that, and the third. That was always until I played with LeBron. And all of a sudden, I was calling people saying, you know what? LeBron ain't really that bad. Because this guy's getting the ball to me. And he's running the offense in a way that is just, Carmelo couldn't do that. Nobody in this league could do that. I'm getting looks that I never would have gotten with anybody else. And I'm getting trust that I never would have gotten with anybody else strictly because LeBron is LeBron. It's insane. This is Shumpert saying it. Steph Curry said himself, if he could take anything from LeBron in his game, he would take his IQ. And this is the quote. Steph said, I've never seen somebody control the game for 48 minutes straight or more in my life watching basketball. With everything else that he has, if I could take something, I would take his IQ. Because I have never seen somebody never give up control of the game at all times with anybody, regardless of who he's playing against. And this is Steph we're talking about. LeBron has been consistently one of the greatest floor elevators of any team. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. Without question. Heat culture that we see cultivated right now when it comes to, they take pieces and they're able to make them work regardless. Oh, you buy into the identity? Part of that was because, not just with Dwayne Wade building that up, but the years of LeBron being there with that big three made role players that were, with most other big threes, wouldn't have been nearly as impactful, look, oh my gosh, like something serious. And contracts for them were getting doled out left, right, and center from other teams. And the next thing you know, oh, they suck. Why would they suck? Well, it's because they were getting elevated by the playmaking that we were saying from LeBron. We can talk about top 3 and assist and whatnot. That's cool. Strictly with him as a elevator for franchises. You've had GMs, coaches, and players, Draymond Green and others, say there's people that should not be getting paid at all. That are getting paid just because LeBron is being able to be their teammate. People are glazing the 07 Cavs. They weren't as bad as y'all said that they were because they made the finals. That's how good. Anderson Varejao elongated his career in part because of what he played with LeBron. Eric Snow had a longer career because of what he played with in LeBron. And subsequently afterwards was out the league in a couple years. It's nothing new. This is just what he does. At this point, this is the biggest reason why he's able to be successful. His athleticism has gone down. And yet still, he's outplaying the MVP of the league. What else do you want from him to do? He's put up 30 on some of the biggest players in the world. He's been able to, while having not nearly as much explosiveness, still be one of the best finishers, one of the best passers, an off-ball player, and essentially an on-the-floor coach, the likes of which nobody has seen in the world of basketball, with all these other greats withstanding. If he went to, there's a reason why there are so many teams making moves with this free agency coming up, because the fact that LeBron now is guaranteed to be on the table. Everybody, I think Brian Windhorst was the one that said this. There are about 20 different teams, or at least 15 different teams, that feel like they are a LeBron piece away from getting to a championship. That's how potent this man's current position is. There are about 10 to 15 teams in the league that have said, either privately or publicly, through anonymous sources or straight up, hey, I said this, we are a LeBron piece away from getting to a finals. If we had that with us, with our team, we would definitely be able to win and get over that hump that we just can't get over. For a number of years, it was the Knicks, before ultimately they finally won a title. But it was the Knicks were saying that. If we had LeBron with Brunson and Cat back then, we could have been here now. But they got there, which is no issue. We're not trying to glaze LeBron, be clear. But we're making it a point. This free agency is one. And before I read, actually, let me go on and read the chats, because we got people paying money in the chat. Like with Freeze Temp, thank you for the $1.99 super chat. Thank you for the Austin Empire and support to the channel. But LeBron and Wemby champs dynamic duo, it would be. It would be insane. It would be preposterous if that was the duo. But the biggest thing that you have to understand, when we are looking at, and plenty of players have controlled the game, start to finish. Steph was capped. No, well, I'm just telling you what Steph said. This was in that 3-person interview with Steph, KD, and LeBron, where they were all like at some resort, and it was like a sit down where they were all side by side each other, and they were asked what would you take from each other's games that you would want to add to it if you could have in your prime, and they all gave their answers. LeBron wanted KD's left hesitation pull up. I think everybody said they wanted Steph shooting or off ball movement, and then Steph said he wanted LeBron's IQ. I'm just telling you what he said. You can go back and look at the interview. I believe it should be up on multiple platforms if you want to see it. Might even be on Netflix, so I could be wrong. Regardless of which, I'm not trying to glaze LeBron or say anything that is, oh, you're just riding or dying with him. The reason why this is such an impactful move, we are in the last years of LeBron as a whole. With the way he's played last year, over the course of this last 40 years sentiment, in terms of his age, it would now be 24 years in the league? He is playing at a level that most likely he could play up to 3 more years left. But wherever he goes, most likely this is in fact it. It's been now more fervent than any other time in history. This time with LeBron is actually the last time with LeBron. But he's still playing at a level so high in different roles than we've seen him used to, that he doesn't need to be the guy to still be that guy for your team. You don't need to build a team around LeBron. He's always been able to fit with anybody. But now you can really just place him wherever. And he can play at power forward, point guard, small forward, shooting guard, because he's done it throughout his entire career. And he's playing with a mental IQ now that you haven't been able to stop him. You haven't been able to stop him no matter how hard you try. He could add, in the last years of his career, a legitimate push for a title with so many different teams that if they just want to buy in, they can buy in. And whatever restart or upstart they're trying to garner can turn into, it's a race to the finish if you're able to get LeBron. That is, and it's urgency now. There are teams that are going to take that chance now. There are dangerous teams that are going to take that chance now, like the Spurs, like Miami, because this would be essentially a rental that's worthwhile. He's giving us a big time discount. He's going to give us money to be able to sign more people. He's going to be here permanently, most likely when he does sign, and we gotta get a title now. Because we're never going to get a situation where a veteran minimum or a veteran level contract that is for a top 10, top 15 level player, you're playing bench level money, and he's still able to bring us the last piece of the puzzle to get a title and garner more free agents to want to sign with us. We're not going to get this chance again. We're not going to get this opportunity again. We got to jump all in. We got to go and push all our chips into the table. We're gunning for a title. We got to make LeBron believe that we're going to go and win a championship. We got to make him buy into us and say, hey, you sign with us, we're going to do what the Lakers didn't do. We're going to get you the bigs that you want. We're going to get you the pieces that you need. You give us this discount, we will get you a roster fit for the last couple years. Because we know it's literally now or never. They won a title with LA. Absolutely. The LA time wasn't a waste of time. But that organization wasted his time with how they did not properly build with consistent chemistry and camaraderie. When they won a title with AD, Caruso, Danny Green, Caldwell Pope, they let everybody that was a key piece go. They rebuild. They finally get Luka, but they don't spend money to sign a big man like they were supposed to. And the big man that they do get was the worst big man they could have picked up because DeAndre Ayton, again, is nowhere close to the needed necessity of physicality and dominant rebounder and lob threat that the Lakers have just been asking for. That's all they wanted. That's all Luka wanted, and they didn't do it. So people view it as y'all didn't respect LeBron. You wasted his time. You wasted Luka's time with LeBron. And so wherever he goes now, y'all better be ensured you gonna make the move to make my stay here worthwhile. Or else I'm better just retiring. That's why the Spurs are so potent. That's why the Spurs are so pointy. Because they're right in that position to be successful, right when you want them. And so this is for many teams, it's now or never. And they're looking at that now and saying, hey, we got a chance to do exactly what we want to do. So this free agency at 7 o'clock is about to be insane. It's about to be insane. The amount of offers, the amount of negotiations, the frantic phone calls, it's about to be wild what we're about to see at 7 o'clock once free agency really opens up. It's going to be insane. Let me see. Always somebody else's fault that LeBron didn't get that job done. No, he did get the job done. We're not. This isn't like us saying Jason Tatum didn't have enough help when he lost the finals against the Warriors. When he played the worst he's ever played in any playoff scenario against Golden State, and they lost when they should have beaten, they should have swept Golden State in 2022. He played underperformed. But we weren't saying he didn't have enough help. And when they won, he still played bad. That's on him. When did we bring it up that LeBron played bad? Or that, he didn't have, when we're saying he didn't have enough help, we're not trying to, put the blame. It's not his fault. Him and Anthony Davis, even Luka, said stuff to the organization of pieces that they needed to succeed. And even after succeeding, the organization just did not do anything. That's not us trying to place blame. That's a direct fault on the organization as a whole. That's absolutely their fault. Without a doubt. That's with anybody. Kobe was getting ready to leave when the Lakers were giving that team a bum lineup. He wanted to get traded to the Spurs and play with Tim Duncan. Do we forget that? Because guess what? The organization, after success, didn't have nothing for them or nothing for him to incentivize him going through. And guess what they did to keep him around? They signed Lamar Odom and they signed Pau Gasol, one of the best centers and power forwards in the game. And they won 2 more titles afterwards. And they rebuilt that roster real quick to fit what Kobe said that he needed. This is nothing new. This is nothing new. If Chicago didn't turn their stuff around by drafting the likes of Scottie Pippen, Jordan got asked about wanting to leave, and he would have said, "Hey, I would love to play with Larry Bird." Most of the people that we're saying were loyalty, they didn't have the opportunity to move because you couldn't move back then. But there were people that wanted to leave because their organization wasn't doing anything. Cleveland, perfect example. We're doing nothing when LeBron was there for 8 years. The best thing that they got was Shaq, Antoine Jameson, Larry Hughes, Ben Wallace, old Ben Wallace, and Boobie Gibson. This isn't us. We're not trying to give slights to what's going on. We're saying, like with any star, we're looking around the organizations making moves for other people. Wemby, they built real quick around Wemby. They did not waste any time developing it. When Keldon Johnson was playing like a bum on the Spurs, not passing the ball, being selfish, trying to do his own thing on the Spurs, guess they traded his butt real quick. Got his butt out of there and traded him to the Knicks. He won a title, sure. He didn't play a lick that entire series. They barely played the whole season. And if he did, it was maybe 8 minutes at a time. They got him out of there and didn't waste any time putting pieces around and drafting pieces around Victor to go and set themselves up to have what was supposed to be a 4 to 5 year plan turn into, by year 3, we're already in the finals. They did not waste time in making those moves. Jalen Brunson, they got Jalen Brunson help when he got to New York. They signed people. They kept people. They did what they needed to do. This is James Dolan that we're talking about. That bum of a brother in James Dolan, he got help for his own start. What the world? Milwaukee, they tried to get Giannis help. Kept Brook Lopez, re-signed by Bobby Portis. They even tried to trade away June Holiday to get Damian Lillard there. Now, granted, injuries made that teamwork not work, but still, it happened. They made a move, a big move, to go and try to push the envelope because Giannis was not happy. It didn't work out. Giannis says, I don't want to stay no more. Hey, they got to go. But at least we saw an organization try. At least we saw them try. Look at Rob Pelinka. What their version of trying was just by any metric, regardless. Watch how they do with Luka. If you think this is just a LeBron situation, watch how they work with Luka. And if Luka's having the same complaints about the Lakers being cheap, about them not wanting to re-sign pieces that are valuable to this team, and when we think we're at the cusp of something, y'all overhaul it, I'm going to let the action speak for itself. Because this isn't just a LeBron thing. This is a consistent thing with the organization. The Lakers organization is a problem as a whole. The only reason why they got Luka was because Nico Harris was stupid enough to be bought in to a lie that you can't trust Luka to be healthy. But if any other GM was there that wasn't dumb like Nico Harris, wasn't idiotic as that brother that was wearing a suit but playing a role that he wasn't fit to be in, guess what? We would have seen that team probably still have nobody coming to LA. And he probably would have never gotten traded. And it would have been the same rigmarole. That's all I'm saying. It's not a player thing. It's an organization thing. It's an organization thing. Let me see. Yeah, I can see LeBron in Orlando or Portland. He's not going to Orlando because he said himself, I will never go back to Orlando. After the bubble, he said, I'm never going back to Orlando. That's where the bubble was. And I think he's held that same acclaim. I think he even said if his son gets drafted by Orlando, because the offer was initially, wherever my son goes, I want to go. That's where I'm going to resign and extend my contract with. I think he said on a video, If Orlando drafts him, or if he ends up in Orlando, I might just retire. I'm not going to Orlando. It will be cool. They just lost Jonathan Isaac, but they got Pablo Banchero. They got Suggs still. I believe they got Suggs still. And they have enough of a youthful unit. It could work. I don't think he would want to go. And I don't think they're in a win now situation. That's the other thing. I don't think they're in a win now situation. The only teams that are in a win now situation in the world of the NBA. Let me look this up real quick to actually go through and bring this up. The only people that are actually in a win now position would be Miami, Cleveland. It would be Golden State because of what they could do, potentially signing with plucking Anthony Davis as well in a multi-team trade. The Spurs, somebody that I was talking to said that he might go to Minnesota, which would be insane if they get LaMelo, Anthony Edwards, LeBron, Rudy Gobert, and Jaden McDaniels. That's a wild starting five. If we got to see that. One of my friends is a Timberwolves fan, and he's saying LeBron to the T-Wolves, if he takes his cut, it's possible. And if that was the case, you want to, son, that would be so insane. That would be so insane. That would be recklessly insane if we saw LaMelo, Ant, and LeBron playing with each other. But it could work. He could go there, and that would be, again, a win-now potential scenario. So those are the 4 to 5 teams I could see that, yeah, they're built to try to make a move as we speak. I would, again, my money's it's either on Miami, Cleveland, or Golden State. And it really does seem like Golden State's picking up a whole bunch of steam for that's the move that we could see transpire. And my gosh, if that does if that does happen, and they're able to get AD along as well, that would be one of the most preposterous things. That would be one of the most insane things I could see. Let me see. How do you see Sanchez versus Talma versus Frank Sanchez going? Well, I would see that fight. I would pick Talma to win, and I would pick him to win. What would it be? Let me think. I would pick Talma to beat Sanchez probably late and probably by round 9. No, 8. I would pick him to beat him in 8. That's how I would do. I would pick Frank Sanchez to beat Talma in 8 rounds and knock him out. I really do. And it's because, what was that fight? What was that performance? Who was it? What was that performance? It was Frank Sanchez versus, I think it was Caballel that I'm thinking of. I'll fact check it to make sure. I believe Frank Sanchez got stopped by Caballel. I'm looking it up right now. Okay, yeah, it was 7th round. I would pick Sanchez to get knocked out by the Talma in 8. And it's because the work rate of a Talma is not as just constant like Caballel. But the same thing that Caballel did to Sanchez, I think that Talma could do to Sanchez. And that is put that man in the corner. Caballel was able to cause Sanchez to essentially have no escape from not just the pressure, but from using the ring at all. And Talma is incredibly good at boxing, incredibly good at feints, and overloading the senses with different movements, different potential looks of what he can do to set other shots up. He's very good at that. And so all of that can cause Frank Sanchez to, like we've seen with others, hesitate, be concerned, and back themselves up. Take away their own real estate. And with Talma, he is a way better, precise finisher than Caballel is just a straight up body snatcher. Caballel, by that I mean, Caballel is not that the punches are placed, oh, perfect for Caballel. It's just, it's so much volume with the punches to the body, okay, you got to submit. But with Talma, Sanchez, the same way Sanchez caught Richard Torres would be the same way I could see Talma getting Sanchez in trouble. Catching him with a shot as he tries to, I got to throw and I'm blinding myself because I just don't know what to do. And the next thing you know, another short shot comes in and takes him out. That's what I could see happen. And it would be, it wouldn't be one punch, but it would definitely be probably 2 knockdowns that would cause a stoppage. Maybe 3, because Sanchez, he can be tough. But I could see it turning into, that kind of Cuban style that we see Sanchez have. It gives Talma a different look. He's got to really think to make sure he's not involved with danger. But once he gets comfortable, he's going to be able to go through and show the levels of feinting that is going to cause Sanchez to bite one too many times. And then after he sees him bite, now just set him up. Now you just keep on setting him up. Because that same bite is going to happen again. And then when it happens, boom, now I got you. Now I'm taking it to you. And now I'm putting you out. So that's what I can see happen. That's what I can see take place. And I can see a time of really becoming IBF. And subsequently going through and taking the belts one by one. I can absolutely see that happen. I can absolutely see a Talma go through and take the belts one by one and beat everybody. Unless Usyk all of a sudden changes his mind and says, oh, I'm back to prime form and I'm trying to go and reclaim the titles again. And Tyson Fury doesn't come back. I'm telling you, it's his division for the taking. He's so well developed as a fighter, beyond what most of even the best at this heavyweight division are. I have no qualms in saying I think this guy's going to be the best heavyweight in the world. And the run, once this fight with Sanchez gets fully encapsulated, it starts here. I do believe it starts right here. And when it starts, it's not going to stop. It's probably going to take somebody insane. Because let's be honest. Let's and I don't want to go too far long on the show, but we can end it with this. I'll probably do one last update on any trades going on in the basketball world before we ultimately end the show. But we'll end it with this. If we looked at a Talma 2 years down the line, where would you expect his career to be? Because for me, he's going to be a champion, most likely unified. Within those 2 years, would it be fair to say a Talma would most likely be the best fighter in the heavyweight division? If he reaches his potential like we see he's going to be. I think it would be fair. Would it also be fair to say that currently in the landscape of heavyweight, there's nobody really outside of the old guard that is all getting ready to retire and is going to be retired by the time a Talma gets to that position? There are going to be no people that is going to really rival his reign as heavyweight champion. once he gets to that threshold of reaching that point in the mountain. Is that fair to say? I think that's fair. I think that's a fair thing to say. Because that's how good he looks. And that's how good he can be. To beat him, you would have to be built from a cloth that is of a bygone era, like with Usyk. Once he really hits his prime, 25, 26, 27. The brother, I think right now he's what, 21? What's his age right now? He's 21 years old. He's 21 years old. And he's already looking like, in a talent perspective, nobody can really touch him if you are not Usyk or Fury. Even Caballero, I love Caballero. I'm starting to get the feeling that Caballero might not be able to beat him. That's the fight I want to see. That's the fight I want to see. That's the fight that I need to see. But if you were to say that you said Moses could beat Caballero, I would not be upset at that if you said it. But in 2 years, I think most people are going to think like me. And they're going to say, okay, yeah, nobody can beat this kid. Right now, it's going to take somebody that is either moving up like Terrence Crawford and is so spectacular that they're just wiping the floor with people. Or it's going to take somebody like a Usyk-esque or an Anomaly-esque type fighter to go and challenge this rank. Or else everything else will be the upset of the century. At least to me, that's what it feels like. Let me see. Anyone, yo, what's going on? What's Quant? What's going on with you? How you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for tuning into the show. Anyone can learn Quant. We appreciate you on the stream. We thank you for showing up on the live. Atama beats Usyk and Fury. Usyk, that fight, that's why this fight with Rico changed a lot of people's minds, because Rico seemingly exposed what Usyk was currently right now. And maybe the bottom is dropped. That's concerning. Now, Usyk, if you didn't know, has also stated that he is going to be fighting Deontay Wilder, or potentially trying to fight Deontay Wilder. Now, this is where things get tricky. I'm still answering your question, be clear. But I do want to make sure I touch on this, because this is why people are saying, in part, Usyk could get beat. Because per Inside the Ring, and again, per Mike Coppinger, Usyk is looking to potentially not just fight Deontay Wilder, but also potentially fight John Jones. One of those two as his final fight.
Hey, look at this. We got some problems here. We got some problems here.
He's looking to fight either John Jones or Deontay Wilder as the last professional fight in his entire career. That is terrible, terrible. With him also relinquishing the belts to a sign to many people, this is them saying, yeah, Usyk sees that he's done. Usyk sees that he ain't built for that no more. For some people, that's what this shows. I can't read into it. I just know that this is horrible. What you see on your screen is actually viable. And again, I'll zoom in to let you read exactly what's going on. Because per Mike Coppinger, Usyk is eyeing a fight against Deontay Wilder or former UFC heavyweight champion John Jones later this year in the United States. Usyk's advisor, Sergey Lapin, told the Ring's Mike Coppinger. So one of these two is going to be Usyk's last fight. Usyk's head may not be in the space of fighting competitive anymore. And so today, if Usyk was to fight against Atama, it might be that, yeah, Atama could beat him.
Hey, look at this. We got some problems
It might be.
We got some problems here.
Current. Right now. Any fight before this? Maybe not. But now the mentality that is showing the change in Usyk is showing up in the ring. Because Usyk as a fighter should have never fell into the same trap that we saw Fury fall into, where you weren't prepared. Yet he did. And now he's doing this. There's no way that if this is what we're saying with Usyk, that I can just say, okay, yeah, Usyk absolutely beats Atama. So if you're picking Usyk to lose to Atama, I'm not upset. I respect Usyk enough that I would say I think if they did fight, he would turn it on, and that'd be the best that we could see, because he would need to be, or else he would indeed outright lose. But for people to pick him because you see Usyk doing stuff like this, and say Atama could beat Usyk now, I'm not against that. I'm not against that, because this is bad. It ain't what we want to see from a champion. And for Atama beating Fury, that's fair. That's fair. But Atama beating Usyk, that should be a lot more competitive in the eyes of people. But Usyk, because of what he's doing, has got people saying, maybe we need to rethink this. But let me see. The only person that beats Atama is maybe Benavidez if he moves up. That might not be for a couple years. And even then, Atama could get to a point where we're saying Benavidez could potentially compete with the tops of the heavyweight division now. We're not even saying he can win outright, but we're saying he can compete with the tops of the heavyweight division. It could be that Atama gets to a point where, he couldn't beat him. Because now that's too big, too strong, and the skills that he brings, similar to what we were saying with Usyk before Rico, it's too much of a well-rounded package. But it is on the table. Whether you want to believe it or not, it is indeed on the table. But yeah, only Benavidez maybe as a potential future name. And that's the key. The future name for who can challenge Atama at heavyweight. If the career moves like we think it can. That is where the struggle comes. Because we don't, in strictly the heavyweight division, is there anybody else that we see coming up or even evolving as a mainstay in the heavyweight world that we can say confidently, when Atama hits his stride, nobody else is going to be able to touch him except for one or two people that are actually at heavyweight. Dubois is going to be in his 30s and in the middle of his physical prime. He's not beating Atama now. He's not. Fabio Wardley, with a one-punch hitter quitter that, he does have as a saving grace, he's not beating Atama now and definitely not beating him in the future if he fought against him. I can promise you that. Atama's most likely knocking both of them out. Philip Hrgovic, if we see Sanchez lose to Atama, Philip Hrgovic is not beating Moses Atama now or in the future. Big Bang Zhang would have had the best potential if he didn't have stamina issues. Because he's got the power, he's got good defense, he's got a great flow in his combinations, and he can really take a punch and throw and put your lights out. But he can't punch past 5 rounds. So he's going to get beat by Atama. Deontay Wilder, outside of one punch that he doesn't even look like he has that punch anymore, he ain't got no shot. Chisora, he ain't got no shot, and he's about to retire. Michael Hunter's 38 years old. Gassiev is the current WBA welterweight, the current WBA champion. I believe interim titleist, But as a top 10 level fighter, he's got my respect, but most people don't respect him or even are familiar with who he is. So most people would say he would lose to Atama. And I would say he would lose to Atama in the future. Who else is it? Richard Torres, we can put that fight to bed right now. We can put that fight with Richard Torres to bed of who would win that. I know good and well, like I've said for over 6 months, Atama would have knocked out Frank Sanchez then. Not Sanchez. Atama would have knocked out Richard Torres Jr. then. And he would have showed up knocked out Richard Torres Jr. now that we see what happened to him against Sanchez. There's nobody that is there to compete with a Talma. For what we see coming down the line once a Talma really hits his prime, and he's only 21 right now. This could be a Klitschko level reign. I'm telling you right now. I promise you, it could be a Klitschko level reign. It could be a Klitschko level reign. We're looking at a man who, by the time he hits 24, we're looking around and we're saying, well, who else is there to fight? The biggest of which is Kabayel right now, because Usyk isn't fighting the Talma. If he beats Kabayel, that's the only other significant name of top 5 level weight that the world has in the heavyweight division. If he beats him, who else is there? There's nobody. There's nobody. Anthony Joshua, people don't trust him because he's still trying to recover and recoup. And we're not going to say because he beat Jake Paul, this brother is going to be as dominant as anybody out there. We're not saying that. And for good reason. We're looking at it. There would be nobody. We could see a Klitschko level dominance that for the next potentially 8 years, it is a Talma reigning over the world and nobody else is able to follow. And everybody has to change their tune of what it means to be a heavyweight fighter in order to compete with them. And everybody's got to be smaller, faster, and more technical than the heavyweight division has been for the past 10 years. Because you need to be big, you need to be technical, you need to be speedy, you just need to be strong and take a punch. You could be out of shape, you could be fat, it didn't matter. Because that's what power, size, cured all. Might made right, not anymore. Not with this brother, who's got the might of 1,000 men, at the same time got the speed, got the speed of an eagle. He's got everything you would want. The only thing you don't know is, can he take a punch? But he ain't getting hit, because y'all are too slow. So what's going to happen? If he reaches his potential, most likely nobody touches this man at all until he gets old. And by old, I mean 36. It could be that long. Legitimate. I'm telling you. This brother, or at least till his late 20s. Because he's looking like a problem, man. He's looking like a problem. But with all that being said, we're going to do a last call for the world of boxing, and we're going to have to see what you have to say. We got to end this show with a bang, and we got to make sure that we get out of here and let you all enjoy the rest of your afternoon. We'll do some last updates on any news involving the world of boxing and the sports landscape as a whole. And you have a bunch of things trending in the NBA and in the and beyond, like with apparently. Oh, shoot. Well, we just had another trade in free agency. Hold on a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, let me update y'all real quick before we get out of here. We just had another trade and another move in the world of the basketball landscape. As we're about to end this show, Kawhi Leonard is gone, allegedly, almost fully. It's done. It's done. I'm telling you, he's out of here. And in Chomps Charami news, we can see the Los Angeles Clippers are nearing a deal, sending Kawhi Leonard to the Toronto Raptors for Brandon Ingram, Grady Dick, 2 first-round picks, 1 pick swap, and 2 second-rounders. A return to Canada for the Raptors champion and 2-time Finals MVP. So it looks like they're nearing a deal, unless something goes awry, per Shams Charami. Hey, Kawhi's going back to the 6. He's going back to where he first got his biggest break as a main guy, going in and winning a title for the Raptors. He's now back in that vicinity of Toronto, which is insane. That's insane because 2 things. Number 1, the Clippers were supposed to build around Kawhi Leonard. The Clippers were supposed to go and thrive around Kawhi Leonard. The Clippers were supposed to be in a position where they were going to not just be successful winning, but also had the capacity to be successful in getting to a championship. Kawhi signed with the Clippers under the intention. I'm trying to make sure I can hold on. Trying to make sure I can squeeze this down a little bit more. But he signed with the Clippers under the intention that he would not only be in LA, but get a title, rebuild with Paul George, and with the roster that they have built up in the Clippers land. Okay, we can be a threat to potentially go and dominate and win titles and compete for the near future. And it's been nothing on nothing on nothing on nothing on nothing. And now this whole era that was built to be finally the Clippers are going to go and rival the Lakers. We're going to make our own stay. We're going to be our own guy after building up a stadium, after getting new ownership and all. It ends in a whimper of complete what many people would see as a failure. It'd be a failure. And it's crazy because Kawhi Leonard didn't even want to go to Toronto. Because if you remember correctly, when during the whole interviews of that championship squad, Fred VanVleet had said when Kawhi Leonard had signed here and traded and gotten traded here, the city put out the red carpet. They were all but begging at the feet of Kawhi to stay in Toronto. They were giving this man the world and more. Literally gave him the whole country. And Kawhi Leonard told Fred VanVleet and everybody else in that locker room, per Fred VanVleet's own words, I don't know why they doing all this. I'm not staying here after this year. I don't want to be here. I'm not trying to stay here. I didn't want to get placed here. I didn't want to get traded here. And when I'm after this year, I'm gone. So they doing all this stuff for nothing. Now he's going back after that championship window, that ability to build around Kawhi for a number of years has all passed away. And it's going to be mediocrity most likely. You know, the fans will probably still like him, but it'll be, man, now you coming back too late. And allegedly, because of that whole scandal with Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers getting essentially paid by a company that didn't really exist to be sponsored to do nothing, essentially as an under-the-table deal to get more money on, not put on the actual contract to incentivize Kawhi Leonard to actually stay on the team. Per the investigation of Pablo Torres, he could be going up here just to escape a RICO case. Who knows? And all of a sudden now, yeah, I'm more than happy to come through and stay up here in, Toronto. And again, I say that jokingly, but it could be actually. But either way, Kawhi's going back to Toronto. And what? Shoot. Will he stay this time? Will he leave? It's like, I don't think he's going to be happy up there because he never wanted to be there in the first place. I don't know if this is going to be a repeat of what we saw last time they went to Toronto, minus the championship. Just straight up, hey, I'm here and I'm gone. And it's just ironic that one of the biggest stars, let's actually look and see who does Toronto have without Brandon Ingram and Grady Dick. They don't have, who do they have on their roster? Let me look that up actually. Who in the world would he be even playing with in Toronto right now? Because currently slated is it RJ Barrett? I think RJ Barrett might be the only other guy. Okay, yes, it will be Emmanuel. Okay, so there we go. So here we go. So it would be, try to make sure you all can see it. He'll be playing with this. I'm trying to make sure. Okay, yeah. Emmanuel Quickly, RJ Barrett, Kawhi Leonard, Scotty Barnes, and Jakob Poeltl. Scotty Barnes and Kawhi, they could be good. I'm down with this three-man group. RJ Barrett, who's been getting better. Kawhi Leonard, who again is Kawhi Leonard. If he's healthy, he's put up 28 points last year on the best efficiency and percentages across the board. and Scotty Barnes, who is a Swiss Army knife and one of the better players in this league right now. But once you get that done, it's nobody. It's nobody. Jacoby Walter, Alan Graves, Colin Murray Boyles, no disrespect, Tracy Jackson Davis, but didn't he get traded from the Warriors? Wasn't that the last time I saw him as a bench player without does he have a head thing? Okay, he finally's got a head thing. The last time I saw him on a team was when he was on Golden State. He didn't even have a picture on him. So they ain't got nothing. They don't have a great team really at all. When it comes to Kawhi playing with it, it's go. Oh gosh, oh my, it's about to be bad. It's about to be bad because this is for real. He's going into a worse situation than the first time when you went to Toronto. Because Toronto, the first time, they had Fred VanVleet. They had Serge Ibaka. They got Marc Gasol as well. And they had an entire unit that was able to work with Kyle Lowry, who was able to be there and be the point guard for that squad. At that point in time, the longest tenure player on that team. He traded DeMar DeRozan for him. Now, you're working there with nothing. It's a starting five, and that's it. Kawhi Leonard, you've had knee problems all this time, but you're going to need to be playing 48 minutes. With this team, you want to get to the playoffs. So this is going to be bad. Let me see. They don't have much. They don't. They really don't. They really don't. And I was hoping he would go to the Spurs. I don't think the Spurs would ever take him back. I don't think the Spurs would ever take him back because the Spurs are indeed, after the whole fiasco the first time, they're not going to have, whoa, wait a minute, hold on, wait, stop the presses, wait a minute, what do you mean, Love King, what do you mean, Love King, what is this, Love, is this real? Hold on a minute. Hold on a second. Wait, everybody stop the presses. Everybody stop the presses. Hold on a second. We got paid and we getting, we just got news. Hold on. Is this real? Please tell me this is real. Please tell me this is real. Please tell me this is real. Please tell me are you lying? Do not play with me. Do not, Love King, do not play with me. Do not play with me. Yes, let's go! Oh my gosh, it's happening! Oh shoot! Let's go! Come on! That's what I've been waiting for. Let's get it going. Oh my gosh. I'm so happy I stayed on. I'm so happy. See, I'm not gonna be able to do this. I'm not gonna be able to stream for Thursday and Friday. I gotta take a trip out of town. Oh my gosh, this is, ladies and gentlemen, it actually happened. This is real. Keyshawn Davis and Devin Haney have been ordered to fight each other for Devin Haney's welterweight championship. This is not a joke. This is not a fluke. This is actually going down. The WBO has ordered Devin Haney and Keyshawn Davis to fight against each other. They got 20 days to make something happen. We're here. Oh my gosh, this is phenomenal. This is a bombshell. This is incredible. This is stupendous. This is oh my goodness. You know what? We can't get Shakur. Guess what? We don't care. You know what? Because we got better stuff coming our way. We got better. This next year. Oh, I told you, the end of this year, between what I say, January, February, March, May, June, January, February, March, from July to December, We about to have ourselves some of the biggest bets of fights that we can have as a whole. And also, real quick, let me not be too much in shock and awe. Let me go back to the chat and talk to you all, because we got some people giving money. We got some people sending chats. I want to make sure to show everybody I'm grateful. Good gosh, I'm close to that screen. Hold on a minute. Let me do what we do. Hold on. JD, hold on. 215 JD, what's good with you? We appreciate you joining in on the show. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining in on the live. Stay hydrated. Stay hydrated. With 550 joules sent to the chat. Stay hydrated. Hey, man, I'm trying. JD, we appreciate you on the stream. We appreciate you joining in on the show. Thank you so much for showing up and showing out and offering some alms to the empire. Let me tell you something. We're going to stay hydrated. We're going to stay moneyed up. And in fact, I don't know why I can't click on the chat. I'll put it, I'll copy and paste it, and I'll chat it myself, and then I'll go and I'll click it to make it so that we can actually show you on the screen. But this is from JD Jules, sending $5 or not $5, 550 joules to the stream. We appreciate it. But look, man, who needs hydration when you got boxing? Who needs to stay hydrated when you got the sport to give me sustenance? I'm telling you right now, this is a major deal. A major deal going down. They got 20 days to agree. You're absolutely right. They have 20 days to agree to a deal with each other, but it's been mandated and ordered by the WBO, and Devin Haney's got to put his title on the line. This most likely is the $100 million fight that Devin Haney was going to say that Devin Haney was going to have with Zuffa Boxing, or with whoever in the world was giving it to him on all those months ago. We were trying to clarify for who's going to be worth that type of money. Let me see what is like. He doesn't take unnecessary punches by his opposite. I think what it means to say what I like is that he doesn't take unnecessary punches. If you're talking about Moses Atama, like we were saying earlier, I do agree. If you're talking about Devin Haney, that's going to be the biggest thing for Keyshawn Davis to get around. How does he get around the ability of Devin Haney to be so defensively sound and not be able to go and land anything? Also, Al Booger, look, you say nice. You talking right, this is nice. It's going down. Love King is going down. Freeze Temp, thank you for the $1.99 super chat on the day. Haney going to put that heat on Keyshawn Davis. And see, man, doggone it. See, I really wish I was going to be able to stream the rest of this week. I'm not gonna be able to stream for the rest of this week because I gotta go take care of some family stuff. But in terms of, forget this. We might just stay around for a little bit longer. Right? You know what? I guess this championship rounds is gonna be around for a little. We're gonna have a long show. I'm gonna go until my body say I can't. We're gonna make this whole show worth the while. If you gotta leave, so be it. But because to make up for not being able to be here for the rest of the week, we're gonna go through and stay a little bit longer, or at least as long as you all keep on chatting on the show. But Keyshawn Davis, is putting the heat on Devin Haney. This is gonna be an interesting fight, man. Because I didn't expect this to happen. But looking at this fight, it's going to be potential. And I say this not in the vein of one-to-one comparisons, but I say this in the vein of what I can visualize going down. This could be what we actually thought Brian Norman Jr. versus Devin Haney was going to look like. And here's what I mean. Brian Norman Jr. versus Devin Haney, again, and if you didn't know, I'm going to actually put it in the... If you're just tuning in, Devin Haney and Keyshawn Davis have now been mandated to fight each other. So they've been ordered to actually go and take on each other for Devin Haney's WBO title. That fight, they got 20 days to make an agreement. But it is indeed going down that the actual real talks have started. That's number one. Number two, this fight might look like what we thought Brian Norman versus Devin Haney should look like. And this is what I mean by that. Brian Norman versus Devin Haney, when it comes to being able to walk somebody down and, more importantly, operate without smothering your work. Keyshawn Davis is phenomenal at it. Absolutely. And he's a lot better defensively. a lot better defensively than what we've seen from Brian Norman Jr. when he was going up against somebody that was actually elite and on or above his level. Devin Haney is still going to be able to use his jab and is going to really attempt to still use that distance, that reach, and that speed and that snap to consistently score and break through the guard of Keyshawn Davis. That is absolute. But remember, we played footage of them in sparring with each other. And Keyshawn Davis, though it was sparring, was able to get some real success on Devin Haney. Because when it got to the ropes, Devin Haney was not able to adapt or smother Keyshawn Davis's work. No matter how much he tried, he wasn't able to. And because of that, we are not saying that's going to be a one-to-one what we see on the night. Be clear. We're not saying that. Those of you that think that we're saying sparring tells the whole story, we're not doing that at all. What we are saying, though, is that that is exactly where we've been saying Devin Haney can be put in a dangerous spot. And if Keyshawn can actually do that, now that level of intensity can turn into a dangerous sentiment that Devin Haney has to worry about, and not just Keyshawn Davis, how are you going to catch him? Now with Devin Haney, how are you going to fight in that close vein area? That's going to be I'm telling you, boy, this fight's got so many different layers that we can delve into that I wish, man, I wish we had some more time throughout the week, because this would have let off Thursday's show. This would have let off Thursday's show and most likely taken a whole chunk out of Friday's show. Most likely. Because it's so much to it. Let me see. Would have given Keyshawn a better shot a year ago. That's fair. Because Devin Haney looked worse a year ago. But both Keyshawn Davis, well, actually, let me rephrase it. Devin Haney looked worse a year ago than he did right now after Brian Norman Jr. Yes, he did. Keyshawn Davis looked good, great against Jermaine Ortiz. He looked good and got the win like he needed to against Albright, which should have happened, deserved to happen. If it didn't happen, it would have been problematic. We're happy he did. With that being the case, Jermaine Ortiz and Albright collectively, for people, that enough to give you a belief that, yeah, he's going to be able to have the necessary work to go and force Devin Haney into a fight that he doesn't want to be in? And can he match that physicality? Can he match the strength and size of Devin Haney at 147, who, mind you, he's not a puncher, but he can punch. He's not a guy that's looking to hurt you, but he can hurt you. He's not a guy that's looking to go and end the show, but he can, like we saw with Brian Norman, put your lights out, or at least knock you down and have you in a dazed and confused state. And so you have to respect him at 147 with this type of pop and power. Has Keyshawn Davis garnered enough tools to be able to make his offense overcome Devin Haney's defensive conservatism? That's the question. That really is the question. I got Davis, if he's focused, he gonna have to be. I mean, he should. And be clear, this and understand, Devin Haney versus Keyshawn. Again, for those of you just tuning in, Keyshawn Davis and Devin Haney, that fight has now been agreed upon that they are going to negotiate, and so it's actually going down that they're going to try to fight against each other. We're all happy. We're all excited. Whoop-de-doo. Everything is going great. Now, this is just breaking. This is just happening. So all this is live reaction. Keyshawn Davis. This will be the best Keyshawn Davis we most likely will have ever seen. Because the biggest thing that's been bringing Keyshawn Davis down has always been the weight. 135, 140 as well. He's a brother who he doesn't care about making weight. And that being a part of his necessary that being a part of his necessary regime is something he's just like, man, I don't want to care about this. With that out the way and doesn't need to focus on it. Because he should be able to make 147 with the greatest of ease. We'll probably see a Devin Haney or a Keyshawn Davis, that is not just focused, but fully tapped in and healthy. Where nothing else is getting in the way of making a good fight. And so if he's focused, you doggone right, we could see something special. And he's been begging for this opportunity, so I guarantee you, he's gonna want this more than anything else. Love King, you say it's a 50-50 fight. You're absolutely right. It's close to it. Or if you have Devin Haney favored, it's 60-40, 55-45, somewhere along that lines, because of what we've been saying about who Keyshawn Davis can be as he continues to amp up his own ability. We were saying Keyshawn Davis could be one of the biggest talents in the sport when he was at 135 fighting against De Los Santos. Before, again, ultimately losing his, missing weight and all that stuff. We were saying all this stuff about who Keyshawn Davis could be. And now this is the opportunity to live up to that in a way that he's never had to before. In the perspective of this is the best opponent he's going to face. So all this stuff about who he can be, it's going to get tested in this fight. It really is. My bad, I had to break the news. No, you good. You good. We're happy. Because if you didn't break the news, we wouldn't have seen it happen. Be good. I'm going through Twitter. I'm going through social media. I'm trying to update as much as I can. And I'm trying to see chat and all that stuff. So you ain't doing nothing wrong. We want you all. If you all see something before I do, tell me. Absolutely. Tell us. This ain't some inside information. This is straight up what we got going on. And I'm crazy enough, Bill Haney was on Inside the Ring actually talking about Devin Haney versus Shakur. And actually, this is actually a good soundbite to play. I'm going to play you what Bill Haney had to say. It's in regards to Shakur Stevenson, but I think this shows you what him and Devin Haney are trying to do with this news of Keyshawn Davis. Again, kind of retrospective look as to what exactly is going down and why everything is indeed going down. As we're going to play this in picture really quickly. Let me make sure that you all, number one, can see it. Okay, y'all can see it. Make sure the audio's right. Let me make sure that we ain't buffering or stuttering. And we should be good to go. There we go. Devin Haney Bill Haney on the quest to Mount Rushmore. And retrospectively, what he said about Shakur Stevenson and him and Devin Haney's pathway of what they're trying to do.
Now we have Shakur Stevenson standing in the way of Devin's quest to be on the Mount Rushmore of boxing, because with 3 divisions and the youngest undisputed champion, I don't know if we're going to get our respect we need unless we run through all of them. Shakur hasn't responded to the 144-pound agreement that Devin Haney said that he will have with him. Now we have Shakur.
Again, quick soundbite, but that's what we had heard from Bill Haney a couple of hours ago on the Inside the Ring show. And it kind of lines up. And mind you, we were also saying that, not that. But we were also saying that when, who was it? Shakur Stevenson. In another interview, it said him and Keyshawn Davis, he did not want to go and step on the toes of Keyshawn to, oh, I got sneeze. Dang, I got sneeze. He didn't want to step on the toes of Keyshawn Davis when Keyshawn was also in talks with Shakur to make that fight. Now, we said that shouldn't be something to stop you. We had our gripes about it. But now that we actually got it in and we got to see what's going down and we get this confirmation, hey, we're getting it agreed upon, this is the end game. If this is what Shakur wanted, this is what Shakur gets. Fine. You can step aside. I'm going to let my bro get the shot that he said he wanted. I'm not going to hold it against him. Okay, cool. But mark my words about what I said earlier in the months leading up to all these talks about Devin Haney, Shakur Stevenson, Keyshawn Davis, and this whole drama that we've been seeing into. you might have made a mistake if you're Shakur Stevenson to keep the very brotherhood that you want between each other still intact. You might have made a mistake. Because now you are in a position that if Keyshawn Davis wins this fight, he is going to say that he's better than you. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. He is going to indirectly throw shade at you and walk around in a way that you can't walk around. You beat Tio. Absolutely. Great. Phenomenal. I beat Devin Haney. I took his O legitimately. I beat one of the biggest names in the sport who was supposed to be only comparable to you, the best defensive potential wizard that we have in boxing. I beat him. You can't say that. You couldn't do that. You had the chance and you didn't. I can walk around. I should be pound for pound number 5, number 3, number 1, if I so choose to say. I can walk like that. I can talk like that. I can do that because I got the win to prove it. I got the Ring Magazine belt to prove it. I got the WBO title to prove it. I moved up beyond a division that you never got to. Quickly, in less fights, to beat who was seen as one of the 10 best fighters in the globe. I can walk around with a level, not of arrogance, but of pride and cockiness. That I can say whatever the word I want to say. And who's going to tell me no? Because I beat Devin Haney. I'm the best fighter in the world. There's nobody better than me. I'm the face of boxing. I have the right to the throne. It's my era. It's my time. I'm that guy. Nobody can beat me at 140 either. What you gonna do? Don't let that happen. I promise you, don't let it happen. Because if that does happen, you're gonna look at a situation that Keyshawn Davis is gonna be built to crack that wall that is the relationship with Shakur. Not because Keyshawn wants to, but because Shakur is going to feel some type of way. That brother's a prideful man. You're opening the door for the opportunity for somebody to steal a shine and thunder that they most likely will use to put themselves on a pedestal. And though y'all don't want to go and step on each other's facade, it's going to. Because even the public is going to say, man, Keyshawn Davis beat Devin Haney. I think he can beat Shakur. I think he can knock out Shakur. If he knocks out Devin Haney, I think he can knock out Shakur. I don't think Shakur's got the heart like Haney does. And he put Haney down. Just knocked him down. Haney did it clean. And clearly, he can fight bigger than what the weight class is. So Shakur Stevenson already didn't want to fight at 140. He's going to be at a size disadvantage if he fights against Keyshawn Davis. Because Keyshawn's going to be able to fight like the bigger man. Because he fought a bigger man and beat him out. I think he can beat Shakur. I think he can knock out Shakur. Maybe he was better than Shakur this whole time. Fans are going to say stuff like that. And who is Keyshawn Davis to say otherwise? Who is Keyshawn Davis to go and stop that conversation? Who is Keyshawn Davis after beating Devin Haney in what would be the biggest upset of his career if he did, and the biggest win of his career outright? Who would be Keyshawn to go and try to stop that momentum of the public viewing him where he felt he should be viewed his entire career? The only way to stop that noise is to do something about that noise. That noise is going to come directly against Shakur, and I promise you, Shakur is not going to take too kindly to that. And if anything, Shakur is going to consistently get chipped away. He's going to get chipped away. It's going to be, you're going to see or hear just a constant thud. And that's the wall of that blood bond slowly but surely breaking down. Slowly but surely breaking up. Slowly but surely Somebody's getting more rattled. Somebody's getting more comfortable. Somebody's getting more antsy about what the public's saying about them. And somebody's going to have to put their foot down to say, yo, you great and we good together, but you ain't better. And if that just crossed that threshold, Shakur might have to say, or Keyshawn might just have to say, well, I am better. And if I'm not, come beat me. Come take this belt. Come fight me where I am. Because I'm the man now. What you gonna do? I'm telling you, this could be the start of the dominoes that fall to get the fight between Devin Haney and Keyshawn Davis. If Keyshawn wins. And if he loses, well, then it better be guaranteed we get Shakur versus Devin Haney. It better be guaranteed. Because if anything, after this, if we see Devin Haney beat Keyshawn Davis, after Shakur publicly saying, I don't want to step on my guy's opportunity, and you still don't get the chance, you still don't take the fight after your guy gets beat, now we can definitely say, oh, you ducking him. Now we can definitely say you avoided him. Now the rumor mill of people saying, oh, he really just doesn't want that smoke, now that can start to arise and billow up. And the people can start getting, oh no, oh my. They're going to get concerned. Let me see. Beat Skull, Devin can't beat Keyshawn Davis. Now, I disagree. No, he can't. He can't. I disagree with that. You got half the people. In fact, we can actually put out a poll real quick. We got half the people picking Keyshawn Davis. Let me see. Keyshawn versus Haney. Who wins? I'm typing it now so you all can vote. But he can definitely beat him. He can definitely beat Keyshawn Davis. He's got one of the best jabs in the business. One that has carried so much weight for so long. You would be remiss if you didn't think that he could beat the likes of Keyshawn. Strictly with that stick. It's possible. And that 1-2 combination, that straight right hand is now something you have to actually worry about. It's something you have to be concerned about. It's something you have to respect at 147. Maybe not at 154. But at 147, absolutely you do. Without question. And so Devin, he can beat him. Keyshawn Davis just has that style that it might be the offensive knife that is needed to cut through the defenses of Devin Haney. It might just be. It might just be. Let me see. Between the body shots and the left hook and the power and speed, Keyshawn will stop Devin Haney. You're right. You're not wrong. You're not wrong in terms of the possibility. I'm trying to look at, again, it's an early prediction. And it's fair. Because the body work can be substantial. The left hook, we already know it's still a threat, and he still has a vicinity of issues, or rather an affinity of potential issue that he still needs to be concrete in focusing on to stop the left hook from coming. Because Ryan Garcia still holds some weight in the performance of Devin Haney. But the speed, I don't think that's in Keyshawn's favor. I don't think that's in Keyshawn's favor. For real, I really don't think it's in Keyshawn's favor. But the IQ, that's what I think it is in Devin Haney's favor. And good gosh, man, it's going to be this is going to be a good fight. This is going to be a good fight. I'm telling you, we can look at this from like 10 different lenses. It's going to be a good fight, man. I like both of these guys, but if I had to pick, I got to go with Haney. Right now, and again, we got people voting in the chat or in the poll. Currently, 67% got Keyshawn. 67% got Keyshawn. Wait a minute. Is it really that much of an advantage? Wait a second. I didn't think Keyshawn Davis had that much of a rapport that in this fight he would be favored against Devin Haney. Are we? Man. Shoot. My gosh. My goodness. 67% of y'all think Keyshawn Davis would beat Devin Haney if they agree to this fight and it actually goes down. That is, wow. Wow. My gosh, man. I'm not knocking the choices. I'm just shocked. Because I didn't think it would be that, I did not think Devin Haney would be the underdog in this fight. I'll be completely honest. There's a reason why Devin is knocking on everybody's door but Keyshawn Davis. Well, it could have been in part that Devin Haney, one, the bigger fight was Shakur Stevenson. I have no doubt about that. That's number one. The bigger fight was Shakur Stevenson. So I understand why going after Shakur was the main priority. That for the $100 million deal that we were talking about, that's the fight that would be worth that. But in the other situation, Keyshawn Davis was knocking on Devin Haney's door. You're absolutely right. But Bill Haney said, we want to take on both of them. And publicly said, if we can't take on Shakur Stevenson, then we'll fight Keyshawn Davis, who is the mandatory. And so I don't think he ducked him. But he wasn't to call him out, not because he was afraid or concerned. He wasn't calling him out because they were literally bigger fish to fry. They'd be like, say, okay, hey, I want to fight Usyk. Well, you know what? But for the sake of argument, we'll say Richard Torres is coming up and is actually turning out to be something good. Okay, fine. I want to fight Usyk. Richard Torres also wants to fight and call me out, got a good win. Okay, fine. I would love to fight both of y'all. But let me get Usyk first. That's the big fish I'm trying to get. If I can't get him, I'll go down and I'll fight you absolutely. But I'm not calling you out only because the focus, I'm fervently going after this other dude who is a huge opportunity of a fight. But I'm not afraid to fight you. Now I think now we can kind of see this fight when it was clear that Shakur wasn't making that fight. This was an unexpectedly quick turnaround that we saw Keyshawn Davis and Devin Haney. Okay, hey, we're gonna fight. We're gonna make it happen. It's going down. I did not expect it to be this quick of a tournament. I'm not, but this is why I keep on saying Devin Haney doesn't duck smoke, man. He does not duck smoke because he just keeps on taking these types of big time tests. Let me see. Keyshawn is more of a dog, but Devin is more technical. You're right. He is. He absolutely is. Let me see. A neighbor fight with Devin has not been the bigger guy. I don't think there is one. Ryan Garcia, maybe. Right. I think Ryan Garcia was the only fight that he wasn't a bigger man in that fight. I believe that was the only fight that he wasn't a bigger man. But Ryan Garcia also came in overweight outright and then subsequently ballooned up just as big as Devin Haney on that night and still looked big. And so, I think that's the only fight, though, that he hasn't been a bigger guy in the world of fighting in boxing. Unless I'm missing somebody. Am I missing another fight? He was bigger than Brian Norman. He was bigger than Loma. Yeah, he was bigger than everybody. He was bigger than just about everybody. The fight Devin fought in Times Square, he was the smaller guy and he ran off fight. And Ryan, did you see what happened? No, yeah. Ryan fight, he was the smaller fight there. The Ramirez fight, he was still, I thought Devin Haney was the bigger fighter. but he was willingly not trying to fight. Because his own father said, the game plan I made for him, we're just trying to be as safe as possible. We don't want nobody making any jokes about anything. In fact, he shared this Showbiz the Adult on his own podcast and on his own show. We didn't want to risk anything. We didn't want the internet making fun of me, of Devin Haney, getting caught for something again. We wanted to shut down all the noise that was happening because of what we had with the Ryan Garcia fight. And we just want to get the win and get out and secure, at that point in time, the rematch with Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney. We don't want to do nothing at any risk. So yeah, we're going to run. We're going to box. And we're going to stay safe at all times. He did. And we chastised him for it. No question. But now, this is a different time in Devin Haney's career. He's also a different fighter in Keyshawn Davis. This is not me saying that Keyshawn Davis cannot be dangerous. Now, I think Devin Haney's still going to be the bigger man on fight night. I do think that's going to be the case. I do wholeheartedly think we're going to see Devin Haney be the bigger fighter on that night. But I also do believe there's going to be a comparable size difference, and or rather a comparable similarity in the muscles and in the weight. Though I think Devin Haney will still be bigger. I just am so interested to see when that does come down, what exactly is Devin Haney going to do when Keyshawn Davis starts to land in that mid-range area, when that straight right starts to land, when that, that left hook to the body gets under the elbow of Devin Haney and starts to land to the body and starts to flood the basement a little bit. What's going to happen? If he can't clinch Keyshawn Davis, what's going to take place? How is this going to occur? It's going to be interesting. It's going to be really interesting. Devin has a better resume and more experience. Devin jab will control the fight till he takes out Keyshawn. That for most people, that's the going thought. His jab's going to win the day. And then if you try to get too overzealous, okay, boom, straight right down the line. There you go. Stay away from me. Keyshawn Davis' IQ, and we're almost at the 4-hour mark, so I think this is where we'll end off this show. Keyshawn Davis' IQ is going to need to be better than I think on this night. It's going to need to be. Keyshawn Davis' offensive thinking ability is going to need to be better than I've given him credit for on this night tonight. He's going to have to, without a doubt, it's going to need to be better than what we've seen from Keyshawn Davis before. Because that's what it's going to take to gain success. If it ain't raw speed and power, like we saw Ryan Garcia, you got to be as slippery as Lomachenko and as relentless as Lomachenko in order to be able to score and do what you need to do. Keyshawn Davis, I have not seen, or rather, Keyshawn Davis has been a fighter who we've said can elevate to be that tenacious killer, like we see with the influences of Terrence Crawford. You're going to need to see all of those influences in this fight. And you're going to need to see shades of Terrence Crawford if you Keyshawn Davis in order to get this win. Because you're going to be dealing with one of the best jabs in the business. That by itself, that's why it's one of the biggest tools. Because it can end everything. It can, in terms of, it can stop everything you want to do. And render the whole fight boring. Because you have no answer. Just like almost 30 men that came before you. Almost 30 men. And my goodness, man, I can't wait for it. I'm telling you, I cannot wait for this fight. Oh my gosh. I can't wait. I didn't think it was going to happen. I really did. Let me see. Devin is going to hold on for dear life. That's what he's going to do. He is. Devin Haney versus Keyshawn Davis. Devin will probably hold on. That'll be a thing. Devin Haney versus Keyshawn Davis. There is a real world where Devin Haney will just hold on like he's done in countless fights before. It's just a matter of, can you not do what Brian Norman did and not know how to fight out of the clinch? The thing to beat Devin Haney is not different for everybody, but how is your capacity to do the thing differently than everybody else? Can you not fall into the same trap? Devin Haney wants to clinch. Devin Haney wants to jab. Devin Haney wants to hold. And Devin Haney wants to go through and keep this fight in his control. If he does not do that, he can be in a fight that he doesn't want to be in. But Keyshawn Davis, if you can not fall into that trap, you can have success. Can you not fall into the same issues that over 30 men have fell into before, where you get turned into an obsolete fighter because you can't get around his weapon? That's the problem. We don't want that. But my gosh, that's what we can see happen. That's what we see. Let me see. Who is Bushrock? How you doing? Good to see you. We appreciate you on the show. Wait, we got Debo and Keyshawn Davis. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. In fact, I'm gonna pull it up for you again. For those of you that are just tuning in, we are in the last half of our show. We're getting ready to end off the show. But for those of you that didn't know, in fact, I just pulled it. Hold on. I just pulled it up. I pulled it up right here. For those of you that were unaware, officially per the Ring Magazine, the WBO has ordered Keyshawn Davis versus Devin Haney to fight against each other. They got 20 days to reach an agreement, and it's going to be for Devin Haney's WBO welterweight championship. But this fight now is in legitimate last stage talks, and they got 20 days to agree because Keyshawn Davis is the mandatory for Devin Haney's title. So if they don't agree, I believe that would mean that Devin Haney would get stripped of his belt. But all in all, if we got ourselves a fight. We got ourselves a fight. We got a fight. We got a fight. And so we're all reacting to the news. We're all excited for what's going down. And we are, again, getting ready to end off this show because, my gosh, we are well past what we normally do. We're trying to go as long as we can. I'm not going to be able to do this show for Thursday and Friday of this week, because I got stuff I got to handle. So we're trying to make up for it by having a long show today. Let me see. Man, this is great. I can't wait. I can't wait. What a show today. I mean, look, I appreciate it. I'm just trying to do the best I can. And we're covering all this stuff live. Let me see. Let's go. Look, y'all, be excited. Be very excited for this. This is the fight. If there was any fight to be excited, this is the one. And because the domino effects of this can lead to a whole litany of things. And anything for this is where Keyshawn said he should be at. We're about to find out whether or not Keyshawn Davis is deserving of his position, as he's already up here in elite status, or if he can get exposed. And if Devin Haney beats Keyshawn Davis, well, then he would have faced off against Lomachenko. He would have faced off against, previously was going to fight against Shakur, now beats Keyshawn Davis, and had a resume of constant either going into enemy territory or fighting the best caliber competition when it is there. Ridiculous. It would just be ridiculous. He might shoot. Would he be mad to say if Devin Haney won this fight, he could move up in pound for pound? With how we talked about Keyshawn Davis for over 2 years now? Would it be mad? Would it be fair to say that would be fair? He can move up if he wins? This fight with Keyshawn Davis, again, if everything gets agreed upon, Keyshawn Davis, would he be a pound for pound fighter if he went and beat Devin Haney, knocked him out even, and took a belt in his first fight at 147 at a division where he would reign and rule? That, boy, there's so many different timelines that we can talk about. Keyshawn stopped Jermaine Ortiz, who had better footwork and boxing skills. Ooh, then Devin, I don't think about that. I don't think, he doesn't have better skills. He doesn't have better skills. He's got great skills. He's got great skills because he pushed Teofimo Lopez to the limit as a fighter. But he doesn't have he doesn't have better skills than Devin Haney. He does not have better skills. I can say he's more exciting. Absolutely. He's even more aggressive than Devin Haney. Absolutely. He does not have better skills than Devin Haney. I can concretely say that. He does not have better skills than Devin Haney. But Ortiz was a great barometer of, okay, if you're dealing with slick fighters or somebody that's a mover and uses the ring, uses the outside, who has been battle tested before against elite competition, what can you do? He passed that test with flying colors. Won the fight, outboxed him for 11 rounds and knocked him out. To the body, mind you. So he's got power both upstairs and downstairs. He answered a lot of questions about what we needed to know for Keyshawn Davis. Now those answers are getting put to the test in a simulation in a real world environment. Now we saw what you can do against this type of fighter. Now face a way better version of this style of fighter. How can you respond and what can you achieve? That's what we need to see. That's what we're going to find out when it comes to Keyshawn Davis. He's been begging for this test. I wanted to see him have this test. And now we're going, whether good or bad, we're going to find out. Good or bad, we are going to find out how it's going to go. Let me see. Before you go, what's your thoughts on Atama versus Hrgovic? Also, I just subbed. Well, welcome back. Well, welcome to the channel, brother. I'm glad you subbed. We got another soldier in the army of the Empire. We appreciate you joining in on our show and joining in on our community. Welcome aboard to the Watch Report. We're happy that you're here and we talk about boxing and beyond, like with the NBA and like with the NFL. We've been covering free agency. We've been covering trade talks like with Kawhi Leonard getting traded, LeBron leaving the Lakers, as well as all this stuff with boxing. Boots Ennis beating Zayas, Devin Haney versus Keyshawn Davis now just getting announced. We talk about it all right here on this show and we're happy that you're along for the ride and we're glad that you're enjoying the show. But in terms of, to answer your question before I leave, thoughts on Hrgovic versus the Talma. So that fight is no longer happening. That fight's no longer happening. Just to keep you informed. And see, this is why we kind of, I need to get a ticker that does some of the latest news and updates on the bottom. But that fight is no longer happening because now Moses Talma is not fighting Filip Hrgovic anymore for a potential opportunity at a belt. No, that's done. Moses Talma is now fighting Frank Sanchez, but it's for I believe it's for the IBF championship. Yeah, right here. It's for the actual title. Moses Talma ain't fighting Sanchez. He's not fighting Hrgovic. He's fighting Sanchez for the belt. Next. It's going down. The heavyweight division is about to have potentially a 21-year-old heavyweight champion in his next fight, as this has been mandated by the WBO. And so, okay, so that's the fight that you meant. Okay, excuse me, I thought I was just breaking news to you. It's fine. I think I said this but a little bit before you came in here, because we had covered it when we had gotten the news. But I think Talma will beat Frank Sanchez. I think Talma will knock out Frank Sanchez in 8 rounds. I think because of the feints and making Frank Sanchez, if you can make Frank Sanchez bite, you can catch him and hurt him in multiplicity of ways. More importantly, and I should have said this earlier, if you can make Sanchez worry about one region of the body, he will overcommit to try to defend it, like he did against Caballo. Ultimately, Caballo knocked him out to the body. But Talma is a better precision punch placer, as well as a more destructive puncher than Caballo. And when it comes to making you miss and making you pay, I think Talma is going to be a lot more, safe isn't the wrong word, but he's going to be more sound defensively with this head movement, with this footwork, with this distance to be able to go jump in and out. And what's going to be the biggest thing, he's going to keep Sanchez on the ropes. Like what you saw against Dillian White, like what you saw in Talma's last fight, we're going to see Moses Talma, or last fight against Jermaine Franklin. Moses Talma has an uncanny ability to be able to make the ring smaller than it actually is. And consistently, I've seen this man because of his defensive acuity, his proactiveness at trying to pre-slip, anticipating shots, making sure that he doesn't offer too many opportunities for his offense to get countered, while still being looking so active. He is making people back up because of the threat of counters, and because Atama can be defensive while moving forward. He's not Canelo where he's just high guard walking in, but he's able to left hand out, right hand cocked, going through up, I'm slipping a shot, I'm jabbing, a quick 1-2 punch combination, got you backing up. But now when it's your turn to throw, he's already slipping and moving, doing a little bit of what we used to see Usyk do way earlier in the heavyweight regime when he was in the heavyweight division, where he was constantly moving, constantly giving you a moving target, but also constantly closing that distance. You don't want to throw because you don't want to give yourself an opportunity. I'm going to get caught with something off this shot. At the same breath, if you don't throw and you keep letting it come forward, well, you in position to let Atama feel free to throw a volley of shots. And once he starts throwing one combination, he starts throwing two. And once he starts throwing two, he starts throwing three. And once he starts throwing three, well, then the number turns into endless. It's whatever he wants to do after that. It's whatever. And so all of that's going to lead into he is going to knock out Sanchez. And I think he's going to knock him out in 8. And he's going to do an even more collective, destructive job than what we saw Caballero do. I truly believe that. And it's going to be a crowning moment that I've been waiting for a long time, for a time. And I told y'all, sooner rather than later, in less than a year, or in less than 2 years, we're going to get Atama as a champion. And this is now the opportunity I've said it was going to come his way. And my gosh, I'm so happy for it. I can't wait to see it. But we have to go and end this show. We are at the 4-hour mark, and we did not expect to go 4 hours, but we got to make up for me not being here for the rest of the week. So we appreciate you tuning in on the show. We thank you for showing up and showing out. Love King, great show today. You gotta go, and hopefully you have a great day absolutely as well. And with the rest of you all in the chat and just listening, we appreciate you being on stream, but we got to wrap this show up and send it home and let you all enjoy the rest of your day. So with all that being said, ladies and gentlemen, this has been another episode of The Welch Report with me, your host, Jean-Luc Welch. We thank you to everybody who tuned in and listened to this show, joined in on the conversation, added your voice to the makeup of what this community is about on today. Hopefully you had a bunch of fun, and hopefully you had an incredible time with us on this Tuesday afternoon. We appreciate all of you who donated and supported to the stream, like with Matt Borgeson, like with Freeze Temp, and I believe like with JD, who also supported and gave to the show. We appreciate it oh so much. We thank you all for tuning in. If you would, please leave a like on the stream before you leave. Comment your thoughts and opinions on what you liked about the video so we can keep on making this show better for you to witness and enjoy. If you would, one like makes a world of difference to help reach the masses all across the globe and make everybody see that this is indeed the hottest show in all of the globe. And please be sure to subscribe to the channel. Come on and join the empire like we had Bushrock do, and be a part of the hottest show in all the globe and be a part of this great community, this great monolith. Join our empire, subscribe to the channel, and be sure to hit the notification bell so you know whenever we post right here on YouTube, and you can keep up to date with anything that we do in all regards of this show, so you never miss an episode and you never miss a chance to engage and interact. Also be sure, if you would, please go through and listen to us wherever you listen to podcasts, Apple, Spotify, you name it, we are there. And if we're not, tell us, we will get there absolutely without a shadow of a doubt. Rate us 5 stars wherever you listen to podcasts to further help reach or gain our reach to the masses all across the globe. And please be sure, if you can, support the channel one last time. We got Cash App and PayPal, links down below in the description, super chat, super gifts, stickers, and the like, as well as the links in the description that you can come and support, which whatever means possible. We are funded by you. We can't do this without you all. We're like PBS. We're made possible by viewers like you. And so we appreciate all of you that have been able to give. And if you do want to give in the future, we would appreciate it. Help us to keep this show going live on air and help us to pay some bills and make this show better for you to listen and enjoy. But we're going to be back probably Might even be after next week, because I'm not gonna be here on Tuesday or Thursday or Friday. I got some stuff I gotta handle. I got some things I gotta do. I got places I gotta travel and go see. So we will be back when we are back. But it won't be too long though. But mark my words, we're gonna be covering all this stuff when we do come back, and so much more. Free agency, basketball, the boxing world with Boots Ennis, Devin Haney, Shakur Stevenson, everything, all this stuff. Keyshawn Davis with Devin Haney. We're going to be covering all of that and more, and all the other happenings in the sports world as they unfold right here with you all the next time we're here on stream. Once I come back from my little hiatus of sorts, then I'm going to be on. But I appreciate you all tuning in. I appreciate you listening to the show. We're going to get out of here. I've been John Luke Welch. You all have been absolutely wonderful. Be safe, be blessed, peace, and love. Oh, we are out of here. Yes, sir. Salute to you. And we're going to see you all next time out. Have a wonderful day. Have a wonderful week. Be sure to watch Abdullah Mason versus Albert Bell this weekend, this Saturday. And be sure to enjoy the rest of your day. Salute to you. Be safe, be blessed, peace and love. And we are out of here.